Hot takes are everywhere, but they're often uninformed, and major news is biased. We've had enough of hot takes. We want informed takes. Join Kevin Briggins and Devin Smith as they have rational conversations about domestic politics, geopolitics, and military affairs. Things will get interesting as they bring in expert guests, even from across the aisle. Grab your favorite drink, get comfortable, and hop into the chat. It's time for Informed Takes. Yo, yo. How's it going, man?
Yo. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Oh, dang. We lost Kev. We just started the show. We already off to a bad start. Lord of mercy. Where'd Kev go? Okay, he's back.
All right. It completely kicked me out. It completely kicked me out.
Man.
But everybody, welcome to No King's Day special edition of Informed Takes. I am Kevin Briggins. He is Devin Smith, and we are glad that you guys are back with us again. Oh, man, I can't believe, man, it's been a year.
It has been a whole year.
It's been a year since we started this. Tonight is the anniversary of our first ever show. And so That's why we didn't do a show Thursday, and we're doing a show tonight. Is because we wanted to do one on the night of our 1 year anniversary. So, man, it's been quite a year. How are you feeling tonight?
Man, first of all, it's an honor. It's an honor to get to do this with you, man. We made it a whole year. Got a show that has been. It's given me an outlet to be able to talk about this stuff. So
You're welcome, Clarissa. You're welcome. So, because she doesn't have to hear it now, you get to tell the world.
That's right. That's right. And thank you, Future. Future is the best mod on the internet. Future been with us. I mean, Future's been with us since like day one. She been here. She been on the grind, man. That's awesome. We really appreciate you, Future. Thanks for being here. And yeah, man, seriously, you approached me with the idea for this thing, and I was doing my best to stay out of the YouTube streets, and I couldn't say no to that.
Yeah, man, I had to pull you into these streets, man. The world needed to hear what you had to say, so I'm glad you said yes.
Man, I'm glad you asked. So how are you feeling about all this, man? You've got so many things going on since we started. You already had Off Code going at the time that we started this, and now you actually have an executive position at CFBU, and so you're doing all the things, man. You all over the place. How are you feeling about it?
I am, man. I'm busy, but it's good work. I love what I do. I love, the ministry of CFBU. And yeah, so I'm glad to, do as much as I can. And speaking of that, we've got a conference next week. Our first ever national conference is going to be in Birmingham on the topic of biblical justice. And so we're really, really looking forward to that.
Man, that's awesome, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to Alabama next week because we got so much going on with the business. I want to come to that, man. I really do want to come to that. But if you can make it out, folks, definitely make it out there. That's going to be amazing as always. The work that they're doing at CFBU is much needed. Monique's voice. I remember the first time that I listened to Mo talk. Where I was just like, man, hey, this is this girl is she out here preaching, and she comes from. As we're talking, I want to say I first heard Mo back in like COVID. I think it was like 2020.
That's probably That's when
2021.
That's when they finally like blew up. Most people found CFBU. I know I did when Monique went on the Alyssa Childers podcast.
Yeah, that's the first time that I saw her was when she was on Alyssa's podcast, and I was like, no, let me find her, and I found CFBU. I followed CFBU, and then y'all did Off Code, and I listened to that, and I was like, man, I done found my people.
Yeah, man, we were one of the first and like only really speaking into a lot of these issues. You had Vody out there, of course. Vody was always on the forefront, leading the way, but in terms of speaking on these things on a regular basis, we were like the first and only ones out there really doing this stuff. And so, man, I'm just glad we were able to kind of give people some direction, some clarity on the crazy that was going on in the world and the crazy that continues to happen in the world.
Yeah. And the thing that I really appreciated about what y'all were doing was it was an answer to the wokeness that was coming into the church. That was because at the time you had folks talking about racial reconciliation. You had people talking about, you had the whole be the bridge thing going on. Oh yeah.
I know. I was in all of that stuff. I was in the heart of all of that stuff. What was the Pass the Mic group that was about passing the mic from white Christians to black Christians, like Black Voices and all of that crazy, man. Everybody was trying to handle this stuff, but in a very secular way, and we were like, no, No, we need to handle this according to Scripture as brothers and sisters in Christ. And we do not, we're not guided by the philosophies of the world. And so, and so that's how we approached it. And we were able. I'm glad we've been able to help a lot of people who were struggling in that, or felt pressure, or felt like something was wrong, but they didn't know what, and to kind of make those things clear for people and kind of give them tools and resources to speak to those things. But with that said, though, we've got a lot of special guests coming through tonight.
We do. We do.
Yeah. So at some point in time, Mo and Krista, they're supposed to stop by. And so we kind of put an all call out there to different people who've been on the show and other friends of the show and said, hey, open invite. Here's the link, drop in anytime. So anytime tonight, we don't know who's coming through and what time, what we're going to be discussing. It's just going to be a freestyle type of show tonight. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. And I'm putting this out there. Kevin and I talked about this. If you want to call in to the show, you let us know. We are taking call-ins tonight. So we doing it. We doing it.
This should be fun. With that said, though, this is the anniversary of our first show, and we started our show right before the election for a reason, right? Because we wanted to be live. We wanted to cover the election. We wanted to do the election cast, which we did, 6 hours of straight coverage. But it's only fitting tonight. It is only fitting tonight.
Man, Jay,
that we start off. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I saw that.
Cut now.
Jay was supposed to stop by. Yep.
And my voice is fake. Man, only
Devin used auto tunes.
That's right. I really talk like this. This is my real speaking voice.
But man, it would only be fitting tonight if for us to start with what happened November 4th, the election night, and just kind of relive. We're going to cover a lot of things that have happened over the last year, but I thought that was the good place to start since that's where we started just as a show. You know?
And what better day to do that on? King's Day.
No King's Day. No King's Day. We just have to be unburdened from this fascism.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, my shoulders feel light. But yeah, we got a little compilation video, right? We got a few videos. I'm just gonna be honest, y'all. We did not plan the sweatshirt thing. We just came on. I was like, great minds think alike. But right, baby.
I was like, I told him, we're gonna be petty tonight. I'm like, we're gonna relive the election stuff. It's gonna be petty. I'm okay with being petty. But
I need Petty Mo to show up tonight. I need Petty Mo.
Yes. And so I think the first video we're watching is kind of the prediction videos of what some people thought was gonna take place. All right. And it's just hilarious to look back on and listen to it and watch. And so, man, let's jump into this.
Well, I'm not going to worry about it, Phil, because he's not going to win.
She's going to win this. She's going to take every one of the swing states. And I said, you do realize you wasted your vote, right?
There's no world in which Donald Trump could, no imaginable world in which Donald Trump could ever win a popular majority in America.
What are we going to say to Donald Trump in November?
Oh boy from NSYNC.
Not a president in 19 days.
It's going to be a landslide. I think they're going to call it Tuesday night, too.
She's definitely going to win the popular vote. I think he will, of course, go batshit insane, as he always does. He won't accept it.
These are the greatest pre-election cocky, taunting videos that Democrats and their supporters made just prior to the election. They aged like a fine milk. Starting with this absolutely genius poli-sci professor who taunted
This lady's
a
crazy.
minimum wage earning cashier.
We're closing in on almost 5 p.m. Eastern time, and I've been tracking everything that's been going on across the country today.
Hey, thanks,
And
Jeff.
My most important encounter was when I went out to get my champagne. I was talking to the guy in the store, of course, asking him, did he vote? And he said he did early voting, and he asked me if I early voted. And he asked me, why I was getting the champagne. And I said, because I'm going to be toasting Madam President tonight. And he just looked at me with kind of like a smirk on his face. And I said, she's going to win this, right? And he says, oh, well, it's very, very close. And I said, no, it's not. He says, well, what do you mean? I said, no, it's not. The women of America are making their voices heard. Reproductive rights is what it all comes down to. And the women are voting in numbers relative to men that are unbelievable. She's won this. And I said to him, she's going to take every one of the swing states plus Iowa.
No.
And he said, but the numbers are so close. I said, I'm a political analyst. I'm telling you right now, the numbers are there. She's taking this election.
Hey, she just keep digging it.
And then I said,
She
to him,
does. She
you
does.
realize, and he didn't tell me who he voted for, but of course I knew. And I said, you do realize you wasted your vote, right? And I didn't care. And I walked out with my bottle of champagne and happily walked home. Bye-bye. So, as you know, Kamala Harris did not win the election. As the numbers stand right now, there were 18 million fewer
never seen
votes than in 2020. And as I have said all along, you have to have a huge, huge turnout, and it goes to the Dems. And we didn't have it. There is one fundamental thing that you cannot account for when you're using data to predict or project the outcome of an election, is you can't factor in the impact of racism or the existence of racism and misogyny.
I
Oh,
would
man.
love to
Take a
see
drink.
that dude's reaction right now. How she told that cashier that she's an expert and he needs to trust the experts and that he wasted his vote. Also, is it me or does she look like if Sarah Palin really let herself go, i.e. joined the 4B
That's
movement?
like, she out of pocket for that. She wrong for that.
She is. She is.
Not to be, cocky, but I'm optimistic.
Okay, so let's keep it together, people. I haven't changed my map. Check it out. I still have Harris as getting 349 electoral votes.
Wow,
It's going to
bruh.
be a landslide.
Wow.
I know a lot of you are sleeping better because we're having discussions and you're starting to realize this is very realistic. I also have people saying not only do they agree with me on Florida, but so many people are telling me to change Texas to blue. Look at how many votes we have to play with. Don't listen to CNN or any of the media. They're just going straight off these weird polls and they keep saying everyone's neck and neck.
We gotta jump in. We gotta jump in. Bro, the level of delusion.
Oh,
'Cause
my
even this thing-
goodness.
and this isn't like revisionist history. And like we were saying this before the election, like, what are these people smoking?
What
like
are you
the
on?
numbers? The numbers for Harris were not good. Even when she was leading in states, the margin was so small. We were saying, look, y'all, Trump outperforms polling.
Yeah.
And so if you're only up by 2 or 3 points in the polls,
Yeah.
that's not good for you on election day, because Hillary and Biden were up, 8, 9 points, and then they would win by a point or two. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and so the fact that she was only polling 2 or 3 points up, or it was polling even, I was like, that's not good. Like, this idea that she was going to take Texas and Florida, and let's not forget Iowa. Remember?
Oh, oh man. Them people, what was it? Wasn't it Destiny? Destiny was saying that mess that she was going to take Iowa.
Because it was this one supposed to be credible poster that came out and said that Harris was leading in Iowa. And this was like the day before the election, and they all just took it and ran with it. And so,
oh my gosh.
yeah, the level of delusion was just crazy.
That's insane. I
Yeah.
mean, so it's really interesting that what happened in 2016, very similar thing happened in 2024, right? Very similar thing happened. It was inconceivable to them that Trump was going to win. I don't know why it was inconceivable to them.
Now, 2016, I understand because it was inconceivable to me.
Right.
And yeah, I watched election coverage just because I have to in 2016. I can't not watch it.
Yeah.
And as I was watching it and watching it unfold, I just kept saying, "Ain't no way, ain't no way," and I just started laughing as I just watched the meltdown happen.
Oh man, dude, I remember, man, I'll never forget. It was me, you know, we worked for a tech company, and tech was not, you know, just generally tech skews liberal, skews progressive. Yeah. And so it was a few of us at the company who, you know, it's like we could talk politics, and it was some folks there who they could handle it, right? We would have every now and again we'd have some political discussions at work because some of the folks could handle it. Not everybody can handle it, but we had to be real careful. And there was some folks that's like, okay, hey, we need to get together on election night. Like whose house we getting up at? And the dude's like, yeah, I'm a host. And it's probably like 4, 5 of us, like conservatives at work. We went and I mean, you know, we watched it and we're like, maybe he's got a chance, you know, maybe he's got a chance. And I didn't want him to win the primary, but I wanted him to win the general. It was him and Hillary. I wanted him to win the general. We're watching how it's going, and we're seeing them start to freak out. And we're like, wait, yo, like this could happen. Like this could really happen. And the stuff started coming in for Trump. And we were like, wait a minute. This dude might actually win. We're seeing the CNN people get more and more downcast. Like, what is going on? And when he won Pennsylvania, we were in the dude's living room hugging each other and jumping up and down. We were jumping up and down. And one of my buddies, the next morning, we went into work, man. All of us went into work the next day. And we had to keep our mouth shut, man. We had to.
Yep. Yeah. They sound like.
And we looking at each other. We in the office. We looking at each other like. And one dude went and he got him some breakfast on the way in. He went through a drive-through. And there was a black guy in the drive-through. He was like, all right, let me not look too happy.
Look somber.
Because I'm a white guy. You know, I can't look too happy this morning. He's talking. He's like, hey, you know, how you doing this morning? And the black dude, when he got up to the window, he's like, how you doing? And my buddy asked him, and the dude said, hey, I'm doing real good because you know what? We made it. And he was like, and my buddy looked at him. He was like, and the dude was like,
Hey, all I remember, man, back in the day, I had DirecTV back in the day. And on election night, they had it to where you can have, it was like 8 different newscasts. And then whichever one you had highlighted, that's the one you were listening to.
Yeah.
And so I was going back and forth. You know, I had Fox News, I had CNN, I had MSNBC, I had Bloomberg, I had everything. And I was just watching the whole meltdown happen at one time. It was glorious.
Dude, I remember seeing their faces on CNN, and we were just like, man, it was surreal. Like we couldn't believe it was happening. But man, it was because
think
so
about it.
Glorious.
So I mean, he's in a second term. 2016 was a long time ago. We see him as President Trump now. In 2016, he was still Donald Trump from The Apprentice.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? It was still, you're fired. You know,
Yeah.
He was from Home Alone and Playboy. Like, he was still Donald Trump. The thought of him being president was crazy.
Yeah. And they thought it was absolutely ridiculous, the idea that he was going to win. And I'll tell you, at first, I was like, dude, there's no way this cat's going to win. When people were talking, I was like, dude, there's no way. He ain't even going to make it. He ain't going to make it through the primary, man. Like, ain't no way this dude's going to win. And I had friends And I got to tip my hat. They were like, no, man, I think Trump's gonna take it. I'm like, man, what is you smoking on? Trump?
When he won the nomination, I was like, man, the Dems got the presidency. You're like, there's no way he can win a national election. He's not winning Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. He's not going to win the states he needs to win. I'm like, this is a loss. 4 years of Hillary, here comes the Supreme Court finna be, ruined, and then things happen.
Yep.
And so I can understand if this video was from 2016.
Right.
But the fact that it's from 2024
don't make no
makes
sense.
That's just complete delusion.
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about, man. How is the delusion so strong? The delusion is so strong that you saw what happened in 2016 and 2020 just completely was the neuralizer for you. Like, you thought that in a normal election where there's no shenanigans, there's no like massive like mail-in and all that stuff, you thought that it was going to be the same as in 2020.
Well, I'm gonna put it like this. They thought, you gotta think about it. Think about everything they did, though. So I'm gonna get on some slack. So January 6th. And so in their minds, there's no way January 6th could happen and he could ever be elected, right? The trials, Georgia, where they tried to get him on.
Yeah.
New York, he got convicted. How many times they said 34 felonies, right? In their minds, there's no way someone who's that deplorable to them could ever win an election, right? And so to them, it was just unfathomable because he's that bad in their eyes, But they failed to realize that most people saw the attacks against him as the system trying to, going after him. Like, he's a threat to the system, and they're trying to get rid of him. And that only, his mugshot made him more popular, right?
Right. Oh, man. No,
now,
I didn't buy any
go ahead.
Speaking of the mugshot now, there were people in Atlanta, in the hood, standing on either side of the street. We talking
I remember that.
Black folks in the hood. When they were driving him by, they talking about free Trump. When I saw that,
I was
to the
courthouse.
When I saw that, I was like, it's a wrap, dude. It's a wrap. Like, you see black people in the hood talking about free Trump, election's over with. It's over.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, hey, we got a guest, man. We got a guest.
Oh,
who's
here?
We got the illustrious theology mom, Krista Bontrager. She's in the green room. Let's bring Krista in. Let's bring Krista in.
All right, I even get the fancy white intro.
Yeah, that's right. TV graphics. Thank you for being here, Krista.
Well, I figure I better do this before we start our show in a little while, so I'm just doing it off my laptop here. But we're just getting set up.
Yeah, well, thank you. So we were just reminiscing because we've been going over what happened over the last year, kind of reminiscing about the time period in which the show started, and talking about how it was just to a lot of folks, they thought that Trump wasn't going to win.
Yeah. Right.
Or no way it was possible. Not even possible.
I
love that shirt.
Before, right?
Well, I got this from Brandon Tatum, Officer Tatum's shop.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay. Yeah. I like that.
That's awesome.
So, I mean, we could talk about a lot of things. But since you have the shirt on, and I know you went to the actual memorial service in Arizona, kind of tell our listeners kind of what that was like, being there in person.
It was definitely a once in a lifetime experience. I had never heard the gospel preached that clearly with government officials. And in Marco Rubio's case, like a very high level government official, he basically gave the gospel in 90 seconds. I'm going to be doing a show in 2 weeks after the Birmingham conference. I'm going to do a show on how to share the gospel, and I'm playing some clips from the memorial service of examples, just because the gospel was given 3 times at least at the memorial service. So it's much more than just some generic God bless America or a generic kind of hat tip to, there's somebody out there in the great beyond. But no, it was like a lot of Jesus talk.
Yeah. For the record, speaking of the 2016 election, Marco Rubio was my guy. He was my guy in 2016. Absolutely. I was a big Rubio fan.
I've never been a Marco Rubio fan, but I'll tell you, he's this is a personal opinion, not necessarily opinions of the Center for Biblical Unity, but he's grown on me. Like as a Secretary of State, he's definitely grown on me.
And that really is the perfect role for him, because the reason he was my guy, I was still heavily, in the war on terror and everything I was, dealing with. And he was the only one who knew what Salafism was. He was the only one who knew what militant Salafism was. Like, he wasn't say Islam. No, he was getting down to the grassroots of the theology of it. Mm-hmm. And I was like, this man knows what he's talking about. And the reason he could, because he was on the Senate Intelligence Committee. And so he would speak about these issues from a very informed perspective, but that was just boring to everybody, and it didn't get him sound bites, because Trump would just be like, I don't know why Marco's here, his little hands, little Marco. And that would be what CNN would play instead of Marco's very intelligent answer,
Yeah.
That's always the way, though. Yeah.
Yes.
it was a change. It was a change to politics. It was, and I'll be honest, I didn't like it. I honestly still don't I don't like that part. I will say the thing that I do appreciate is that some of the veneer is gone. Some of the veneer is gone. We don't have as much of the veneer in politics, and I appreciate that. I honestly think just kind of, remembering how Rubio kind of went down in 2016 is he tried to be Trump. He tried to be Trump, and it didn't work.
He did.
And everybody who
tried
tries
to throw
be
hands.
Trump, it's just like let him have that. You don't try to do that. Don't try to be that. It ain't you. So Krista, I have a question for you.
All right.
So
now, does everyone know what I call you guys? I call you the twins.
I don't think they know. Yeah,
I don't think so.
Devin and Devin. It just sounds like you're twin brothers to me.
Hey, I love it.
And it doesn't help tonight we're dressed alike.
I know, right?
And we didn't plan it. we didn't plan it. I was like, I got to wear the unburdened hoodie. The twins have a question for you. So, we were talking. Actually, I want to say, man, Kev, was it last week that we were talking about? Yeah, we were talking about Katie Porter, right? We're talking about Katie Porter running for governor in California. She had a rough week.
She did.
But we were talking about, you got on us when we were saying that California was just it was unsavable, right? When we said it was an unsavable blue state that everybody just get out of there, right? And we did say last week, to be fair, because it's on the internet, it's forever, okay? We did say last week, Krista, don't throw hands at us. We said if Katie Porter wins, last one out of California, turn out the lights, okay? We did say that.
I don't think that's gonna happen. But,
I don't think so either. But we were talking about the numbers, some of the numbers that you pointed out. We were kind of talking about that on the show last week, that somehow, every time a Democrat wins in California, that the gap, as you pointed out to us, seems to be on the what was the name of that particular portion of the voter roll that you meant? It was like inactive or something like
voters.
that. Yeah.
And there's a guy who is actively in California going to all the big cities and getting them to remove inactive voters from their voter rolls. So these are people that are dead or disqualified or, something else. And so when you clean up the voter rolls, supposedly California is actually a red state, but and this was what I was contending on that live stream with you guys when you were just like, oh, California's too far gone, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, please stop saying that, because I don't think that's true. Now, California could be a purple state. I conceded that on your stream, but I don't actually believe it's a blue state. I think that our elections are very, very corrupt, and there's no voter ID that's needed. And I mean, we've seen the corruption when we go to vote. And so I'm very much for voter ID laws. And there's even, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there's a problem with the current California ballot, that there's a very controversial redistricting proposition that our governor, Gavin Newsom, is trying to push through.
He's trying to counter Texas.
Right. And so he wants to do an instant temporary redistricting, but I don't believe that for a minute. But on our envelopes to mail back our ballots, there is this strange slit in the envelope where you can see where the person voted on that proposition.
I didn't know if that was real or not. I saw that on X. I was like, that can't be real.
And so when I tell you guys there's massive voter fraud in California, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about, because it's always red issues or more conservative issues like 1/3, and blue issues are 2/3. Always, 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 whether it's propositions or politicians or whatever. And it just seems too convenient that it's always that. So I don't know. I think that unless we can pass voter ID, I think but we've got to do something different. We can't just keep doing the same thing, thinking we're going to get different results. Personally, I'm for Steve Hilton, even though he's a British guy. He loves America and he loves California. And I want somebody who really loves California, because I've grown up here. This is my home. I want them to understand what we're about and to want to help save our very beautiful state.
Yeah. So somebody mentioned in the chat about Minnesota, and that's what I was thinking. Because then if you pass voter ID laws, what does that do when they're giving voter ID, when they're giving IDs and driver's licenses to illegal immigrants?
Right.
It's tough, because I don't know if this is true or not. I keep seeing, and I don't know how to figure it out. Like, I've asked Grok before, but allegedly 1 in 10 residents of California is here undocumented.
That's wild.
It's a lot of people, but as I've said before, it's always been that way my whole life, but it was a very small segment of the population, and people really didn't make a big deal about it. Like, it was just embedded into the culture, and it wasn't a big deal. It really only started becoming a bigger deal maybe 10 or 15 years ago, and where we saw this really big uptick. And then in the last few years, the combination of these no cash bail policies, plus we had a law here for a while of you could steal anything, and as long as it was under $995, it would only be a misdemeanor.
Yes.
And those policies, combined with an influx of undocumented immigrants, became it's become very difficult.
Hey, it's okay. This a East Coast podcast. You can say illegal. You can say it. You won't get SWAT teamed.
Nah. But no, that's good. And the whole I get states have, some sovereignty to do what they want to do, but we're talking about federal elections. There's no way these states should be able to give out IDs that then allow people who are not U.S. citizens to vote in U.S. federal elections, right? If you want them to vote in your state election or something, okay, that's on you. But it cannot be constitutional.
Right.
That they're giving out IDs that allow people to vote in federal elections.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, despite the fact that people write into Center for Biblical Unity all the time and tell us we're just simps for Trump, which is not true. We just don't bring him up a lot because it's not always relevant. Like not every issue is directly relevant to Christianity, but like we have opinions about things, but like I did a post this week on our Facebook page about the IVF policy. Like I think that's wicked. And so, we talk about things sometimes, but there's a lot of issues we don't talk about. But one of my personal complaints, and again, this is my personal opinion about Trump, is I don't feel like he's doing enough yet about election integrity. And I don't know how we move forward without that. Like, to me, that's just the baseline. So,
yeah. I think they're trying to do it just by getting rid of illegal immigrants,
that's a long off ramp, friend.
I know, because when you look at the numbers that just in the 4 years of the Biden administration, the numbers they let into this country, what it takes to round up that many people and deport that many people is just insane.
Yeah, I've heard they have to deport like 10,000 a day or something. That's not happening. But
wow.
I did a recent kind of tried to do some research on like even how to define and just a term that we use so flippantly of illegal immigrant. Like it's really tricky because if people used the CBP One app when they came in and they registered using the CBP One app, they're technically not considered illegal because they registered. And the system was changed in order to grant them the permission to be here. And so even talking about it is difficult because the rules changed under the Biden administration. So a lot of those people are not technically illegal because the rules were different. They just came in under different rules.
The corrupt Biden administration changed the rules to bring in as many people as possible, is what you're saying.
Exactly. So when you talk to people, if they're informed, they'll quickly correct you. Well, they're not illegal because it's just the Trump administration changed the rules. And so that makes it unfair. And so it makes it very difficult to even have the conversation about things like IDs. And although, have you heard about these no-name IDs? Have you heard of those?
Huh? What?
No.
How's that ID?
I've seen these posts on X, and I haven't done a deep dive on them, but I've seen them in multiple places in multiple states where if you're here and you're in an undocumented or like marginal documentation situation, but you want to get a job driving like a big rig.
Yeah.
You don't have a driver's license, you can get the official ID, the driver's license, but you just say that you're no name and they'll register you as no name. And you don't have to give your actual legal name.
No way. That can't be.
I know. I'm like, this is an April Fool's joke. Like, what is this? So that's why the Secretary of Transportation is trying to crack down in California on all of these. And Susie's bringing up a great point of a lot of these executive orders are not laws. So they're just going to change again in 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. You talked about, man, it was something you said that made me think of, the Indian guy who was driving the 18-wheeler and tried to make the illegal U-turn and killed the whole family. You know, and people said, you know, how in the world does he have a CDL? You know, he's not even here legally. And so, I guess that might be how he did it through that process.
Well, the way the Trump administration is working around that is requiring English tests, standardized English tests, and say you need to be able to minimum read the signs. And if you can't pass a basic English proficiency, then you're not going to get your license renewed or whatever. But we're in such a mess right now but it helped me kind of understand things when I thought about it from the perspective of, they temporarily changed the laws. And so it got kind of rigged in such a way. So that's why immigration rights advocates always scream these people are not illegal. Because I could never understand that statement.
It's just a technicality. Because we talked with Chuck Holston. You know, we had him on, and he talked about how
Chuck Holston,
Holston,
in Panama,
and he talked about how this wasn't some type of refugee crisis. This was just people coming for work. That's all this was. It was economic migrants. All right. But the Biden administration tried to make it as if it was some type of crisis that needed that. They love to pull on the heartstrings of Americans, 100%. Right? Yeah. Oh, we just got to let these people in because look what's happening where they are. Like, none of that was the case. These people were just coming in because the Biden administration opened up the floodgates, and these people were just coming for economic opportunities.
It's a tough issue because one of the things I love about being an American is that we are a very generous people.
Yes.
We are generosity and hospitality are something that I think are deep cultural values. Yes. And what I don't like about out of control immigration is that it capitalizes or takes advantage of this very beautiful part of our cultural ethos. And I don't like that. It turns it into chaos. Now, again, the immigration advocates, they don't want to differentiate between people who come here legally and illegally, or in these other rules that were put in place by the Biden administration. But, I'm a grandchild of immigrants, and I there's a part of me that if the world's best want to come here and help make a positive contribution to our culture and our country, like, I can get on board with that. That's how my grandfather, my great grandfather, when he came from what we call the old country in our family, that he came sponsored and in an orderly way and had to, have promise of how he was going to support himself and all of that. I could be for that, but I think we've got to do better than just random admission.
So I think I saw a number. I think number 70%. It could be higher, but the 70% of job growth that the Biden administration was claiming was from illegal immigrants, or just from immigrants in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. Now, I don't know what percentage of those are H-1B visas, and that's something that I think needs closer scrutiny as well, even though that's a legal means. Like, I have some concerns about that, but So random topics.
So that's gonna be all night tonight.
All night. We got somebody else in the green room.
All right. Yeah. Well, I better jet. We got to go live here in a few minutes.
Oh, so goodness. Well, thank you so much for being here, Krista.
Absolutely.
Glad to do it. Keep up the good work, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Happy anniversary.
Thank you very much. Thanks. That sounds questionable when you say it like that, but I guess since we're twins, it's acceptable.
Twins, yeah. All on the up and up.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Krista.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, we got somebody else to bring in. Let's do it. Laura.
Here we go. Hi, Laura.
Good to see you.
You too, man.
Yeah.
Man, one of my favorite guests.
Thank you. I was hoping to overlap a bit with Krista, but she had to go. So I enjoyed hearing a bit of your conversation.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah,
Chris
that
is
would have been
great.
good. That would have
Yeah.
been good. But we
Yeah,
got
and
to dive
especially on
into
immigration. I know,
yes,
right?
yes. So for people who might not have saw your episode and might not be familiar with you, tell everybody kind of like who you are, what your background is, and kind of what's your area of expertise.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Laura Zeifer, and actually, I think during the time that we recorded, it was Laura Powell. But
Oh, that's right. It
Yes.
was. Yes, yes.
so yeah. But let's see. We talked mostly about Islam, so that is an area of expertise for me. I've ministered all over the world in 30 plus countries, and a lot of them Muslim majority countries. Been including refugee communities in the U.S. And I started reading the Quran and Hadith and ministering to Muslims over 15 years ago, and sort of found myself with this knowledge and experience that I never really sought out. I just thought it was kind of one project at a time. I saw, I was asked to do one thing, did the one thing, was like, cool, what's next? And then Islam kept coming up over and over and over. I'm still, I've spoken to a lot of other issues. I speak at conferences on all sorts of apologetics issues. My background before apologetics was in public policy. So I'm pursuing my doctorate, trying to get out of kind of the Islam corner niche. I'm not trying to forget what I know about Islam, but I'm just trying to, I guess,
expand your horizons. Just
that's right.
Yeah,
exactly.
I got you.
So I'm doing my dissertation, Lord willing, on natural law as a framework for discussing apologetics, ethics, and public policy. So kind of bringing all my different areas together.
Yeah.
And I'm having so much fun with that, learning a ton, but it's not like I'll forget, the stuff that I know about Islam. So
yeah, I think what we had you on to talk about was when the attack in New Orleans happened, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. That is right. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, and because we wanted to talk about jihad and get people to understand, like, what does this mean, and all of those things.
Yeah, and did we? I think I brought up the 3 stages of jihad, right?
Yeah, we talked a lot about that.
Yeah. I think all Americans really need to know that, because that's the way Muhammad lived his life. That's the way Muslims have continued to follow in his example, as they are commanded to do in the Quran. And so, what we've seen in places where Muslims have gained enough of a percentage of the population, enough resources, enough power to carry out complete and total takeover, they have. When they have fewer numbers, fewer resources, less ability to do a full takeover, there are random kind of attacks. Although those continue always, actually, even once Islam has completely taken over a nation, which is always the goal, the attacks continue. That's why I speak out against Islam, because it's not only bad. Islam is not only bad for Christians and all non-Muslims, but it is bad for Muslims as well, whether they admit it or not. So, I mean, how many refugees are trying to escape here, going, I just want to escape the violence. I just want to be in a place where there's peace.
Yeah.
But then unless they renounce Islam, then they bring the violence and such to where they are, even if they are individually peaceful Muslims, because they vote for any Muslims who want to take power. And usually the ones who are running for office are great with the violence and all of that, and want the takeover, the eventual takeover. So
because we're talking about political Islam at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the first stage, so I've kind of gone backwards, from the third stage, the first stage, which we've been in the U.S. and I think still are, is there's supposed to, it's kind of covert. Stage 1 jihad is like preach a message of peace and tolerance, and we are just like you, and we basically worship the same God, and we basically have the same beliefs, and we just want to get along. We just want to live in peace. Nope. You get a significant number of Muslims in a country, and the peace is gone forever. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So I guess, man, with that said, it's kind of two things I would like to talk about. One is the growing presence of Islam in America and Islamic communities, and a lot of people saying, "Hey, this is a threat." So how do you feel about the growing number? What do you think, like Dearborn, Michigan, and other parts of the country where you used to see this growing Islamic presence, or even in Europe, for example, in the UK, where they're just taking over large sections of the community.
Right.
Just kind of, what are your thoughts on what's going on?
Yeah, it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. I have friends who live in London who send me messages regularly. One I just got today that says a Jewish man was just wearing the Star of David, kind of like, I often wear a cross around my neck. It reminds me of who I am and whose I am, and to pray for my friends and family, and to depend on God for everything. And this Jewish man was wearing a Star of David, and these pro-Palestinian protesters claimed that they were offended, upset, triggered, felt like his wearing that necklace was violence against them. And so the Jewish man was arrested, interrogated for 10 hours because pro-Palestinian people, protesters, claimed that they were that he offended them. He upset them.
The UK and its law enforcement has lost its mind.
Yeah,
I don't know what
absolutely.
They protect jihadists and they arrest UK citizens.
Yeah, British citizens.
For anything. Like, it's
nothing.
Just
praying in their heads. How do you what? You wouldn't even know what was going on in their heads if they didn't tell you the truth.
It's silly. It's silly. I've seen the videos of that. I can't believe a police officer would actually carry that out. I can't believe it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And I think it's like over 30 arrests a day based on what somebody posted on social media. Like, they've lost their minds over there.
Absolutely, they have. Absolutely. And we cannot allow that to happen here. We cannot allow that.
Yeah.
We have to stop it. I think that Islam needs to be I think a lot of Americans think of religion and freedom of religion as kind of all peaceful and good, and something that we're supposed to be welcoming of and tolerant of. And if we don't give all religions equal freedom, then we're going to be next. And to some degree, that is certainly the case. The thing is, Islam is a terror organization. That does not mean that all Muslims are terrorists. They are not. That is a fact. They are not. But although, like I said, they will vote for terrorists because it's a very tribal kind of mentality. Muslims are not thinking, I wonder what is best for the common good. Like they're thinking, Muslim is running, or a Christian. Obviously, I'm going to vote for the Muslim. And so, or an atheist or a Jew against a Muslim. Obviously, it's just going to be the Muslim every time. And when there is, and Muslims are very strategic. It looks like I'm frozen. Can you guys hear me? I don't know why I'm frozen. Let's see here.
I think it's actually Kevin that's frozen.
What do I do? Am I frozen there?
You're good here. I guess I'm the only one left. The last of the Mohicans. All right. Are we good?
Hey, that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. So when there is a plan. There absolutely is a plan for radical Muslims to be coming into the U.S. And actually, and I mentioned that radical Muslim is kind of a misnomer. If you're a good Muslim, you're radical. Muslims are all commanded to take out in the lives of non-Muslims and of hypocrites. So all Islam is radical when it's understood and lived out properly the way it commands. And so true good Muslims who want to take over run for office a lot of times as soon as they get into a new place, if they have any chance, as soon as they're allowed. And this is very strategic. So 9 of the 10 biggest cities in the UK have mayors who are Muslims.
Insane.
And so, yeah.
Insane.
And that's the goal here too. It is get as many Muslims in office as possible, so that even if they're a small percentage of the population, they can have disproportionate power. The goal is power. The goal is taking over. So I don't to consider Islam, just another religion that should be embraced, tolerated, given all the same protections and everything else. No, it's more of a terrorist organization than it is a religion. And if we don't become aware of that really quickly, we're going to find ourselves in a very, very bad situation. Just like in England now, I have several friends who are trying to get to the US who have lived in Britain their entire lives for as far back as they can trace their family heritage through and through British, going, I need to get to the US, and that's the last kind of chance for stopping the spread, the conquer of Islam of the world. But we're in America, right? And so we need to stop it. We need to stop it. So I see this question
here.
Yeah, can you comment on the New York City mayoral can't say that word, race with Mamdani? Yeah. Yes. Disaster. This guy is a Muslim. He is a proud Muslim in his own words. He is a socialist. He wants government-run grocery stores, government-run everything. If you love your experience at the DMV, you might like the government also being in charge of your groceries. Although the more they're put in charge of, the bigger disaster. It's like an exponential disaster, because when they can't even take care of something little well, and so you want to give them more and more responsibility. It's going to get worse and worse. This guy does not embrace American values, American tradition, the Constitution, any of that. He wants to turn it upside down. It will destroy America and everything that we value here. And young people need to be educated. Part of the problem is that a lot of people, and I think it's largely women who think they have these amazing educations because they have degrees from big name universities. They think they already know everything they need to know, but they've been indoctrinated with lies. And so at a minimum, though, the younger generations need to be educated about socialism and communism and what happened under Stalin and Lenin, and they actually need to know who Hitler really was, that he wasn't just, someone, some Republican who hated people with darker skin. Like, they have no idea who he is, he was.
No.
And
yeah, they don't understand that he was a socialist. Like, they don't understand that Hitler was a socialist. They don't understand that politically,
oh my goodness,
that he would probably be, for the most part, on the left. They don't get that. They really don't know who he is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's so tragic. And Yeah, and the hatred of our country as well is a huge problem, because it's easy to buy into. It's easier, I think, to buy into foolish utopian ideas if you really think that what we have now is evil.
Right.
And that is just not the case. The closer our country, the more socialistic like policies we put into place, the more violent and undesirable, dangerous and evil our country becomes. And so it has to stop. Parents absolutely need to know what their kids are reading, what they're being asked to read in school. If you want to send your kid to the public school, I think they need to have a certain personality to do well in that environment, and not be very impressionable, or someone who kind of follows the crowd, or someone who believes their teacher. You need kind of a rebellious type personality, but you also need parents who are giving you the same amount of education at home, but with truth, to combat the lies that you're going to hear in the public school system.
Current situation, the peace deal. What is your hope for the future of that region?
Well, I will say this. I'll say that, well, first of all, it's not a complicated issue the way I often hear people say, oh, it's so complicated. It's
really not.
So complex. It's really not.
It's not.
You know, the one side wants all of the members of the other side dead. Muslims are told to kill the Jews. They, in that particular area, they are taught from birth to hate the Jews, to kill the Jews. And I've heard testimony after testimony after testimony of Muslims saying, and in some cases former Muslims, but even current Muslims saying that they were taught that the Jews were going to kill them, that they were the most evil, despicable, awful people on the earth. It was their job as good human beings to kill the Jews before the Jews killed them. They would practice in school, killing, pretending they were attacking and killing Jews, on and on. And Israel has given and given so much, and even surrendered over Gaza for the sake of peace. They've given over and over for the sake of peace. And the fact is that while Hamas is there will be no peace. While there's any Hamas members there will be no peace. Even a good majority of the Palestinian people who are not officially Hamas have already been indoctrinated their entire lives to go out and kill the Jews. And so there's that backdrop. There's also, I'll also say something that probably not as many people know, which is that Muhammad regularly broke peace treaties and encouraged his followers to do the same. And so this idea of taqiyya, or lie and deceive for the advancement of Islam, is rampant throughout Islam. Even if different groups call it by different names, lying and deceit are very prevalent throughout Muslim culture. It's almost as if it kind of seems like something that, when you allow it for some purposes, it just kind of spreads and takes over like a cancer. So that what I see from most of my, I won't say all, but most of my Muslim friends, is that lying is like breathing. It's just so part of the everyday everything. It's just not considered a big deal.
There's no moral ethic against lying. They don't have a "thou shalt not lie."
Right? Yeah. I mean, the Quran says not to lie, but but there are so many exceptions that it might as well not be there. And and it's kind of like the no adultery, right? And then
Yeah.
so adultery is forbidden, but you can have up to 4 wives. You can have as many sex slaves as you want. You can also, when you're out of town or
Mhm.
for really whatever
For work.
reason,
Yeah, when you're
for
away,
work
it's like it doesn't count.
or
Yeah.
for battle, right? It was the main reason in Muhammad's time they were out
Yeah.
of town. You are encouraged to hire prostitutes. Battle is encouraged constantly. If a Muslim appears before Allah without battle scars all over his body, he is considered to be deficient and lacking in the eyes of Allah. And so in all these battles that are supposed to be taking place at all times to get rid of all the non-Muslims, they're encouraged to rape the women and the little girls. And so it's just absolutely horrific. So you're going to tell me, oh, well, we have basically the same standards as you, the same as the 10 Commandments. You're not allowed to have adultery in Islam either. Okay, well, what does that mean? Like, does it mean, can it possibly even mean anything at all when you're encouraged to do all these other things? It only has any meaning at all for women. Women are not allowed to commit adultery. But similarly, non-Muslims are not allowed to lie to Muslims, basically. I mean, that's what's meant by don't lie. Like, if you happen to be non-Muslim. But if you're a Muslim, lie and deceive your little heart away, because that's what it takes to get more people into under the sovereignty or such of Allah. So I think that President Trump has done a phenomenal job. He's an amazing negotiator. I would have never guessed that foreign policy would be his greatest strength, but in both administrations, it seems to have been. And yet, I do not trust Muslim leadership when they make peace treaties. They are specifically told by the excellent pattern of conduct who they are to imitate to break their peace treaties if it advances their cause.
That's been my thought as well.
Yeah, and then I don't think most people realize the Muslim understanding of the house of war and the house of peace, right? So the house of peace is everywhere where Islam is rule, right? You're under Islamic rule, you're under Islamic law. That is the house of peace. The house of war is everywhere else. So everywhere else they're to wage war, whatever that looks like. It doesn't necessarily have to be physical war. It can just be infiltration, and the whole purpose is to bring that under the house of peace. And so, yes, Islam is peace, but it's only when the whole world is under Islam, and that is the whole goal of Islam, right? And our naive progressive liberals in the West don't seem to understand that, right?
Exactly. Exactly. And the house of peace, I mean, look at Muslim nations. Muslims are also commanded to kill hypocrites. And so when they see someone who they don't personally believe is being a good enough Muslim, they're supposed to kill them as well. So that's why we see Muslims in Afghanistan bombing other Muslims in Afghanistan and all over, wherever the house of peace is present. You will find no peace whatsoever, because they're carrying out their responsibility to also take out those who are not being good Muslims.
Yeah, and it's like you said, Islam is bad for Muslims as well, because the vast majority of victims of this violence is other Muslims, right? And it's because the jihadists don't view them as Muslims anymore. They're kind of like backslidden, they lost their way, and they're just kind of not Muslim anymore. Therefore, it's okay to kill them.
Exactly.
And so,
and if a Muslim has a friend who's a Christian or Jew, they are the same as the Christian or the Jew in the eyes of Allah, according to their scriptures. And so they're to be treated just every bit like an infidel, as if, as someone who is actually not a Muslim in any way at all. So it's an absolutely horrific worldview, and people need to know about it. We need to stop it. I've been reading a lot about our founding of America and founding fathers and a lot of the things that they talked about. And by the way, they had, from even back in the founding days, in the earliest administration, certainly Thomas Jefferson, I think those before him even, although there were only two, they had issues with Islam. Thomas Jefferson's administration was sending money to Muslim leadership countries to try to pay them off to stop attacking Americans and American ships, to stop the piracy, to just leave us alone. If they had a terrorist organization list in the 1770s, 1780s, 1790s, 1800s, Islam would have been on the list. And so when we're thinking about what does it look like to have freedom of religion and freedom of speech and freedom of conscience and all this, that needs to be taken into consideration when you have a terrorist organization going, but this is our religion, just let us practice our religion. Don't you value freedom of religion? We need to be wise as serpents and not just innocent as doves, and certainly not stupid. And so I value freedom of religion obviously immensely. I mean, I want to preserve my religious freedom, and so I want others to have theirs as well. But to allow Islam to infiltrate and take over, no.
Yeah. And I think that's where some Christians, I would call them evangelical Christians, who would say they're valuing the freedom of religion, right? They've really bought into what we would call true liberalism, and they would advocate for the Muslim to build their mosque, right? And it's out of this idea of freedom of religion. We must, because if they can't build a mosque, then we can't build a church. And it's like, no, you just really don't. You're not understanding what's going on.
They are not equal. They are not the same at all. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I would I would argue that Christian likely does not understand the history of the founding of the country. They don't understand that the overwhelming majority of the framers were Christians. They don't understand that the overwhelming majority of the colonies required you to be a Christian to hold public office. You know, I am against the federal government having an official state religion. When people talk about separation of church and state, when that was talked about by the founding fathers, that is what they meant. They did not want the establishment of an official
no
state
Church
religion.
of England, no Rome.
Exactly.
Yes.
And
it wasn't
the colonies,
secularism.
exactly. And several of the colonies had a state religion, and so they didn't want that for the nation. They wanted freedom of religion and for the nation, so that not everyone had to be an Anglican, and not everybody had to be a Methodist. Not everyone had to be an Anabaptist, right? So,
and it was really so that the union of states could work. Otherwise, the union of states would have fell apart. You know,
right? Exactly. And as we read it, and separation, the wall of separation of church and state, by the way, you may know this, but maybe some listeners don't. That is actually nowhere in our founding documents at all. That phrase comes from a private letter that Jefferson wrote to the Danbury Baptists. And in the context, he was talking about trying to keep the government from running the churches, from getting too much involved with the churches, so that the churches weren't able to have free churching. And so, And so they put in the Constitution, Bill of Rights, what they meant, just as you said, Devin, no establishment of religion. We were not to establish a national religion, and we have not done so. To pray before we start congressional meetings is not to establish a national religion. To allow prayer in schools, to allow Bibles to be used in law schools, none of this is an establishment of a national religion. And we see that it's very obvious as you read the founding documents and the early state constitutions, the personal correspondences as well of the founders. And one thing that I'm seeing over and over and over, I knew that John Adams had made the comment that this new constitution is adequate only for a good and moral people. It is wholly inadequate for any other. But what I've been seeing is that many of the founders repeatedly made very similar comments. John Adams made additional comments along those lines many times. It's all over the place that we need a free republic governed by the people, the consent of the people. They said it would not work in most of the world. It absolutely would not. It takes a certain type of citizenry. And they talked about kind of the form, like natural law being kind of the form, and then but the matter is as important as the form. You have to have the right matter to put within the form for it to work. And the matter was self-governing individuals who held themselves accountable, who saw themselves as responsible to the one true God, who voluntarily sacrificed for the sake of the well-being of others, who were upright and honest and men and women of integrity, and on. And just it's really struck me that they truly believed, and I think they were right, that as soon as you lose that, the republic is going to begin its downfall. And I hate to say this, but the downfall has begun. I'm not saying that it cannot be turned around, but it has certainly begun with the degradation of upright, virtuous, moral people who know that they are accountable to the one true God. And so to just infiltrate the country with people who don't hold those values, who have entirely different worldviews. By the way, this whole diversity is our strength is absolute garbage. I mean, what are you even talking about? When it, like, especially when it comes to worldviews, like, you need to be on the same page to some degree for the republic to work. And
I'll just say this: all of this is intentional.
Yes,
all of this has been intentional to bring down the nation, right?
Right.
The progressive left, the Marxist progressive left have been on a mission to bring down this country, and stupid stuff like diversity is our strength is just a mechanism of that. Open borders and bringing in tons of immigrants who don't share your values is a way to do that. Putting, different groups against one another. Teaching the next generation to hate their own country and it's the worst thing ever. All of this is the progressive left, the Marxist progressive left's attempt to tear down our country. That's all this is.
Exactly.
And this whole idea of secularism was the start of it, right?
Right.
This idea that, and I know that makes some of my, more center left friends nervous when they hear that, because we're going to be a theocracy. It's like, no, we're going to be what we were before the 1960s.
Right.
Exactly.
That's right. We had
That's right. That's exactly.
We had no delusions that you could somehow have a functioning society with absolutely diametrically opposed worldviews.
Right. Exactly.
It doesn't work. E pluribus unum, right? Like the whole diversity is our strength thing. It's like, no. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. The diversity.
Right.
Like, okay, if we're talking about skin color, okay, fine. that
Right.
doesn't really do anything. The real
Right.
thing that matters is what you believe about reality, what you believe about God, what you believe about man. That dictates
Right.
how you are going to be a citizen. That dictates how you're going to govern. E pluribus unum says that we are all supposed to line up under that. One nation under God. We're supposed to
Right.
line up under that. Diversity is our strength. Actually, it sounds all nice and fuzzy, but it actually is not true. It's not true.
Exactly. And I was going to say right along those lines, the left makes a big deal of the types of diversity that do not matter.
Right.
Yes.
Like whether, the color of your skin. Are you kidding me? That's what you're going to make that's what we're making a big deal out of?
We
No.
need sexual orientation diversity.
Right.
Right. Exactly. Worldview diversity, where
That's
we
our
need
strength.
groups that say that's our strength. Yeah. We need some people in the country who think that all the others need to be slaughtered, and we need some people in the country who think that others need to be subjugated and conquered. No. We need a unified populace with a biblical worldview, quite frankly, whether they're Methodists or Baptists or Presbyterians or even deists like Jefferson, who have been heavily influenced by the Christian worldview. Fine. That's great. But when we're talking different worldviews, it is a disaster waiting to happen.
Right.
And
There
we're
was an
seeing that.
understanding back then. I think that's well said. There was an understanding back then that if you weren't a Christian, that Christianity was the prevailing rule of morality here. There was an understanding of that. And so when we lose that as sort of the bedrock, as the anchor, then, I mean, you see, like when I look at people trying to legislate now, and some of the arguments that get made, it would be unthinkable to the founding fathers that some of the arguments made in the halls of Congress would stand for even a second and
not just be laughed out in the person. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am very encouraged. I will say I'm encouraged after we've heard for a couple of years now, for a few years, that Gen Z is actually the most religious generation in decades. And we're seeing now a large amount of them actually returning or turning to Christianity. And to be honest with you, I got to tip my hat heavenward to Charlie, because he went after the young folks in a big way, and you saw his impact when he died, when he was assassinated, and you had people in Korea, you had people in other countries in the
UK.
world holding vigils.
Yeah. In the UK, I got messages from the UK friends in the UK. I got messages from friends in the Netherlands. I got messages from a friend in Mozambique saying, I'm praying for your country, and things like, I'm absolutely devastated. This is something big has to change, and I want to be part of the change. I mean, just all kinds of messages from all over the world.
That's
so
awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm encouraged by that. I'm very encouraged, and I see that there is. I mean, obviously, it's not all of Gen Z. Clearly, not all of Gen Z.
Clearly not. I've got Gen Z kids in my youth group coming to me going, "Hey, can we talk more about how to be a good witness with the furries?" And I'm like, really?
Yeah.
I mean,
man.
In my generation, if you're a furry, man, listen, I'm not advocating for bullying. Please understand, I'm not advocating for bullying. But if you were a furry, you were gonna get beat down, man. Like
I've heard that theory that a lot of these pathologies is because we got rid of bullies, and so the things that would have naturally not been allowed and accepted because now there's no bully. So it's like, yeah, you can be your cat. You know,
Yep.
I will say I was bullied in school, so I ain't advocating for it, but I will say some things we need to laugh out of the room. And some things need to get laughed out the room, you know?
Exactly. You know, that's why I appreciate the Babylon Bee so much is they do such a great job of just bringing silly and false ideas into the spotlight with humor, not physically beating down anyone, not hurting, not, breaking anyone's jaw or anything like that, but just making light of some things that are funny, and even being able to laugh at some of the silly things about Christian culture, but also laughing at the ridiculous ideas of the furries and radical feminism and a lot of this. Yeah. So Future says bullying back in the day was way different than it is these days. You could leave your bully at school. Yeah. Nowadays they follow you everywhere.
That is true.
Yep.
That is true.
I cannot imagine.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. I think that is where it really became where it was like, okay, we got to do something because once it got online in these social groups and kids were taking their lives and stuff, that's when it got serious. Because it used to be able you leave it at school, you went home, you didn't deal with the bully.
Yeah. I mean, it was back in the day, man, in the 80s. You watch Karate Kid, you're like, hey, all I need to do is learn some karate, man. That's all I need to do. I mean, karate doesn't work on Facebook, man. Don't work on Instagram.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I think a lot of dangerous things have converged at once. In addition to the bullying following kids everywhere now, kids also seem far less equipped to deal with it because the kind of the dominant parenting ideas are only ever praise and affirm absolutely everything. Don't judge, celebrate every single thing your kid does, no matter how harmful it could be or stupid it could be. And kids are thinking like the worst thing that could ever happen to me is that somebody else doesn't affirm me and every single thing I do. And then you've got bullies allowed to, like on your phone. And I mean, I can't say
we've gone. Yeah, I've joked about it. We've gone from sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me to words are literal violence.
Right.
It's a complete 180.
Right. That's exactly what I was going to say is that's exactly how we got to words are violence. I mean, let's be clear that there was also an ideological intentional push on that from the left, from progressives, especially in academia. But you don't get there without people feeling so coddled that idea is even entertained.
Right.
All right. So I don't know if y'all saw the controversy this week, but this is on the same topic. And the reason for the pathologies of wokeness and what we're talking about, and some people have been pushing back on this, but I truly believe that's the case. It is the feminization of psychology 100. And sociology and education, right?
Yeah.
So all of these things are just the over feminization. You have women who dominate these fields, right? And this stuff goes out there, and it's just these kids have no ability to handle any type of adversity because everything is about niceness, not hurting people's feelings, And and so that's been a big topic on X this week because some women are going absolutely, and then other women are going, you're just being anti-woman. And it's like, no, that's not what it is. We're just saying the feminist movement, this is just a result of the success of the feminist movement, we'll say.
Yeah. And, most observers of culture and history and such will point out that and even a lot of my friends in their own family with their own kids and everything will just oftentimes just making a joke, not even meaning to point out something a trend or something profound, will notice that women tend to, it's not always, but tend to be really great at making sure everyone in the home gets along, that the family is, kind of unified, that there's peace in the home, that the children get along with each other, that they don't kill each other as they're growing up, that they live to be adults, that women tend to be really good at, historically, at compassion, at well, let's just, son, you may have lost this game, but you know what? We all are winners. Let's give everybody, I'm going to give you some extra ice cream for participating, right? Which works kind of well in the home. It makes the home safe and happy and get along and nice and all of that. But men tend to equip their children with what they need to survive outside the home and to do well in the workplace, to do well in politics, in the military, in all the different areas kind of outside the home. And now I do think that it's significant that now that women are have taken over the education system, are dominant in a big way. I don't know the exact percentages, but in the legal field, there's so many
psychology, sociology,
all those fields. Exactly.
Yeah,
all those
and
fields.
I do.
Too. Yeah.
And this is the big one. They dominate the HR department.
Yes, they do.
Yes, that's huge.
Do.
That is huge. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that there is very much something to that article. I think that it was evil for third wave feminists, at least, and for whoever communicated this, that somehow male traits are superior to female traits, and that women need to just have absolutely no voice. Some around the world, especially the Muslim world, and even throughout Africa, the girls don't get educated because they're girls. There's very much a clear message that girls are inferior in every way. And so when you have women wanting to be men or be like men in order to have value, you're going to have problems. I think women need to be celebrated, valued, and honored for feminine strengths. And I'm one of those who's kind of a little bit outside the bell curve. I do martial arts for fun. I was a competitive professional tennis player. I like I like competing, and
I was like, you like competition.
I like competition. I like defense. What are we going to fight about today? But little kids, like, when my friends or family have little kids, I am throwing them up in the air and catching them and wrestling with them and everything. That's fun for me. So I'm also not saying that if you don't fit in a certain box, maybe you're not a woman or something ludicrous like that. There is a bell curve, and so and there's room for women to nice, cool, sounds good. I'll be on your team. There's room for women to be amazing athletes, not to compete against men. But to be great athletes and to be culture warriors and out speaking the truth and having an impact in that sort of way. But I think devaluing women having the massively important, absolutely critical role of raising up the next generation to be educated, intelligent, thoughtful, critical thinkers who are moral people, who love the Lord, who make wise decisions, And
the fact that we downplayed that as not important or less important than sitting in a cubicle is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous and disastrous.
Yes.
Disastrous. I can hardly think. Some of my friends will condemn me for putting this way, but I mean, what could possibly be more important than, certainly for the continuation, the thriving of our republic, like I was saying with the founding fathers, and I think they were right on. I agree with them. Really, I mean, all it took was convincing a generation of parents that everyone needed to be in a cubicle and not available to their kids. And now we've just seen this decline in morality, in education, in all the good things.
Yeah. And I would say too, also, our identity being found in our relationship to others, right? Your identity being found in the fact that you're a mother, that you're a father, your identity being found within the context of your community. And we made identity only from within the internal, right? And so when that's your identity is only from the internal, it's only about you. And now you're not sacrificing for others. You're not sacrificing for family. You're not sacrificing for nation. It's all about you, right?
Yep.
And
exactly.
And that's what we've become, a nation of self-centered, self-obsessed people who can't handle. And that's why if you're, not for my alphabet or pronouns, then you hate me, because their identity is only from within their internal being, and not in relation to others. And so,
it reminds me of Christopher Yuan's Holy Sexuality Project. And I took the youth through that for two semesters, and because we were having such great conversations, took us 2 semesters to get through like was it 10 weeks study or something. And the first couple of lessons, may have just been the first one, I think it was maybe the first couple, were about identity. And I thought that was brilliant. So that's exactly where the identity issue belongs, is first foundational, because then as we start talking about homosexuality and adultery and all the sinful types of behavior, we can talk about those with the foundation that who I am attracted to is not who I am. That does not encompass all of who I am. It does not define me. Who I have sex with is not all of who I am. And so we can then have those conversations if we know that we are more than just who we have sex with or who we're attracted to and that sort of thing. So absolutely brilliant. The issue of identity, sometimes I hear people say, they think it's been over talked about. If that's the case, then somehow people just aren't getting it, because I think that would solve a lot of our issues, is if we found our identity in Christ where it belongs. Yes. And even as image bearers of God, even if we're not, people who are not Christian. Even
if someone wasn't a Christian, if they found their identity in relationship to others, it would change a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. It would. We wouldn't be so self-centered and self-absorbed and
absolutely.
But its identity politics would not be as successful.
It would not.
Right.
I'll just put it like that.
Absolutely.
So we got a call in here. We got a call in. We got Claire. Let's bring Claire on in here.
Cool. I need to get going in the next few minutes.
Okay. Yo.
Hey guys. This is nerve-wracking. What are you doing?
No, we got a party now.
Yep.
We won't hold you hostage all night. Laura.
All right.
But while we got Laura here, Claire, you got any thoughts, any questions that you want to touch on?
No.
We
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I don't know if you've seen the last half hour or so, but yeah, we've been touching on all the fun issues, Islam and furries and identity politics.
all the things. You know, what thing I think might be interesting here is, you know, and I don't know, you know, Claire, you tell me if you can or can't talk about any of this, because we don't want to put you on blast. But you know, we talked about just some of the shift that happened over the course of the last like year or so in politics, as people, or maybe like the last several years, as people kind of started to wake up to some of what was happening on the left. Like, can you are you at liberty to kind of give any of your perspective on that?
Sure. Well, I
And
will
maybe
say that I
even
do have to be
a little
careful.
bit of your story.
Yeah, I do work for a California state institution, so I do need to be careful there. But I will say that it's been a journey from when Kevin and I met in 2018. Was that roughly?
No,
when
it was later than that. No, it was 21 when we met.
21. Okay, so
Yes.
in the last like 4 years, it's been a journey. I mean, I grew up liberal. I grew up completely liberal. If you're looking at, you know, Christianity and Catholicism is on the right, I was way on the left. But that was fine with me because it was a different left, in my opinion. It was a different progressive growing up in the 90s than it seems to be now. And maybe my perspective is different from California, but yeah, it's just been a journey, and my thoughts have changed along the way. But I also don't know that my values growing up have changed. I think it's just a difference in where the country is. Like, I don't feel that I view things much differently than I did when I was a kid. It's just like the whole world shifted in a way that I didn't keep up with, I guess. I don't know.
It's kind of like, Bill Maher often says, I didn't change, the left changed. Like, is that meme where the person is standing kind of near the center but to the left, and then the left just kind of runs away, and now this person's really just on the right now, you know?
Yeah,
and it's
Elon
like,
Musk
you didn't
shared
move.
that. Yeah, exactly. He shared that about himself. Elon Musk said that describes him. Ronald Reagan actually said that in the 80s, that he had not left the Democrat Party, but the Democrat Party had left him.
Yes.
So that's interesting. But
if you go back and listen to Reagan's 1964 address at the RNC, because now he was switching over from Democrat to Republican. And it's called A Time for Choosing. If you listen to that speech, it's almost like it's today. Like, the things that we're noticing now, they were noticing back then. You know, the fact that the left was going the direction of, let's just say, more of a communist Marxist direction. We'll just call it that, or socialist direction. It started back then. And Reagan was like, no, I'm not down with this. And so, he switched over from Democrat to Republican. But, Reagan wasn't some hardcore right wing, he was a California Democrat who became a Republican,
Right.
But if you go back and listen to that speech, even from 1964, you be like, man, this stuff has been bubbling and being noticed for decades. It just kind of reached its peak in 2020, But yeah, this stuff is not new.
It's not new. Yeah. Yep.
That's right.
Well, you guys, I need to get going. It is so good to spend time with you. I love you guys. I tell people about your show all the time, and keep up the great work.
Appreciate you.
Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You.
All right.
Thanks for being
Have a good
here.
one.
See you later.
My pleasure.
Yep.
All right.
Man, Claire. So
Yes.
when we met in 21, it was at a conference, and at that conference, we kind of end up sitting at the same table. And when you're at a conference, at a work conference, that table kind of becomes your little group, right? And we end up as a group going out to dinner that night, and you just needed to get some stuff off your chest. We had just met, but there was something that was just get at you, and you just felt like you needed to get it off your chest, and you kind of just expressed some frustrations, and then you kind of said, well, you know what, I don't want to talk about it. But then you kind of let it out a little bit, but then you pull back again, and I just kind of got the sense that I knew what was bothering you, but because of the setting, you just didn't want to just put it out there. And so I wrote something in 2021, and I sent it to you. And I said, hey, I wrote something. Just let me know what you think about this. And it was my experience that I had went through in my church with what we would call wokeness. And
Right, I remember.
And you basically wrote back this long response and was like, this is exactly what's been bothering me, Can you talk a little bit about, what were some of the things you were seeing that was really kind of bothering you back then and making you kind of question kind of where you were and just the reality of things?
Gosh, 4 years seems so long ago. I don't
It
know that I
does.
remember, but I do know that there was a lot. COVID in California was a really rough time. We were locked down for a year and a half. I was home working. We didn't go anywhere. Like it was really hard. And I think it started to point out some of the things that just didn't make sense anymore. And I don't know that I'm necessarily answering your question, but I just thought that there's something that's not connecting. It's not, the logic isn't there anymore. And if you were to give me like a specific topic, I think I could maybe go better off of what I was thinking. But
so I know, like CRT was a thing. It was a lot of the woke stuff that was going on, and I'm pretty sure you were seeing it more in California. And this is what I'll say too. When it came to the woke stuff, when I first started diving into it, the loudest voices that I heard speaking out against it and warning against it were from the left, right? Because that's where it originated, and that's who was dealing with it first. And so it was people who were, classical liberals who were like, something's wrong here, And I felt that's why I sent you what I wrote, because I felt like that's what you were experiencing and what was driving you crazy, but you didn't, I don't know if you didn't know the words to say or what to call it, or you just didn't know, you just didn't want to express it in front of company you weren't, sure about. But do you remember like just any experiences with kind of like where you felt like the left is going crazy? What's wrong?
Well, I don't know. It's hard because I am in a system where that is the prevalent idea.
Yeah.
Right. And I
Yeah.
live in a
Yeah.
state where
Yeah.
that is prevalent.
Yes.
And I struggle. I struggle a lot with balancing kind of like the social like ideas and ideals that I grew up with, because those haven't changed.
Mhm.
I am totally fine with gay marriage. Just personally, I'm okay with that. It doesn't bother me. It's what I grew up with. Where I struggle is some of the things around
the Q's and the T's.
Yeah, and I'm struggling because I gotta be
Yeah.
careful
Yeah.
here. But it it it
And
worries
I'll
me
say this.
sometimes how
I'll say
far
this.
we're
I'll say,
pushing this.
and I'll say this. I mean, because your position, I would say, is a liberal position. You know,
Mhm.
it is mainstream liberalism, and it's crazy that you even feel like you have to hide being liberal. You know, um, even in like where you are, because what you're saying isn't anything that other liberals aren't saying. You know, um,
Right. Well,
yeah, you get
the issue then becomes that I'm not liberal enough.
enough. Yeah,
It's not enough, and I don't know where, like, how far do you have to go down this sort of rabbit hole to be
hmm
acceptable?
yeah,
And that's where feeling like I'm more in the center feels
yeah,
right.
yeah.
In the sense that, like, the coming from California, right? The right or conservatives are always demonized. They
Mm,
will always be wrong. They will never
yeah,
be what we want this country to be. Um, but I'm finding more and more that, like, it's the it's the more progressive side of things that has a harder time being open to people,
hmm
right?
yeah,
One of the things that I learned growing up, and one of the things in the church that I grew up in, was that we were open and affirming. That was the phrase that we used. And
hmm
that was fine. Totally cool. You be who you are. Totally fine. Where as an adult, where I've struggled is that that is no longer the case,
mm,
right? Like,
yeah,
when you look at the left, you have to believe a certain number of things and you have to be open to all of the ideas, regardless of whether they make sense or not. And
hmm
whether you believe them. Like, it just it
yeah,
I don't know, I get stuck because, um, there's a point where you just can't anymore. Like, you can't support it, and
yeah.
then they kind of make it out like you're this terrible person, and oh, thanks, Justin. Um, that's my husband, y'all.
I know. I
Um
was gonna joke. I was gonna say maybe we can get you two together. Play matchmaker.
Um, but yeah, so and I don't know if I'm making any sense,
No,
but
no,
there's
you are.
just yeah.
No, you are. No, I appreciate your perspective. And sometimes I think about when I'm giving a certain perspective or a certain point, sometimes I think about how does this land with Claire? Because
Huh.
I know that we're not, 100% aligned. Like we're different, but at the same time, we get along. Like we don't have to align on every single thing, but I do wonder, how do you feel? Do we make you nervous sometimes? Do we feel too far right or crazy when we talk about like Christianity and the role Christianity plays in America? And does that make you nervous in terms of like what does that really look like? Or are we going to lose progress? Does that that conversation land with you?
Uh, it doesn't bother me. I may not like because I think the values there are values that
Hmm
I share.
Yeah.
Um, do I go to church every Sunday? No, haven't in 15 years. But uh, you know, I think that there is and I have been not very consistently, but I have been reading the Bible recently. And like there are some things in there that I'm just like, wow, really? Like this is what what's in there. I started with the
Yeah.
Old Testament, so maybe I shouldn't have started there, but it was like some of those things where like I get the push in the values. Like if you think about the 10
Yeah.
commandments, right? I
Yeah.
don't disagree with any of those things.
Yeah.
On a moral level, I don't disagree with any of those things. Do I necessarily believe that like everyone needs to believe in Jesus Christ? No. I don't necessarily believe that.
Mhm.
But I'm not against it. I
Yeah.
mean, I was baptized a Christian at 13. Like so
Mhm.
I'm kind of in an odd space, but at the same time, there's a sharing of values that I understand and that I can
Yeah.
see being beneficial for the country. It's just,
Yeah.
I don't know.
And honestly, that's how our country was set up. Like everyone wasn't a Christian, but there was a sense of shared values, you know? And
Right.
the more we've lost that, the more we've gone down into chaos. Because like basically the more we've become postmodern, where there is no objective truth, there is no objective morality. Anything goes. Truth is whatever you want it to be. You can be anything that you can think of. And it's just we've detached ourselves from any type of standard of what is right and what is wrong, right? And the only thing that seems to be wrong is to say something is wrong. It's like, oh, you're judging. It's like, I'm not judging. I'm just saying, like, you just have to have standards. It's almost like we have to have laws.
Well,
it's almost like, go ahead.
Yeah. So as you're saying that, it reminds me of something that my husband says often. And he says, words have meaning. And that's where I feel like that's where I struggle. That's where I struggle because sometimes it doesn't feel like words have a definition anymore.
Yes.
Or the words that I'm using don't mean the same thing to the person that I'm talking to.
Yes.
And that makes it hard. How do you align on anything if the words you're using don't mean the same thing to each person in the conversation?
Exactly.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's something we've made a big deal about. We've talked about, hey, when you have discussions, define your terms because we say the same words, but we're having two completely different conversations.
Yes.
And so, yeah, like the one I would use the most is the term racism, right?
Right.
Or racist. When we say racism, we're talking about racial prejudice. Like you have intentional, and when they say racist, they're talking about a system of white cultural norms, and like it's just two different things. And so we got to just define what that is before we start talking. Otherwise, we're just talking past each other. But no, you're right. And the thing is, that's intentional. That confusion in language is a very intentional thing. It's a strategy that the left intentionally uses, for their own benefit,
and has walked through academia because that is sort of where these theories and concepts are they are propagated there. The exposure is greater there. So some of these things that like, the typical, the average American, looks like we lost Claire. Did we get her back? All right, we got her back.
Yep.
All right.
Sorry.
All good. Yeah. So like, I mean, that idea is, those ideas start generally in academia and propagate outwards. And so you have the higher education institutions, the universities, you have the professors who are pushing this stuff, and they start redefining words, or they start changing the definitions of words. And then in their class, that's kind of their kingdom. And so in their kingdom, you have to follow their sort of worldview if you're going to do well in their class. And that is one of the ways that they sort of enforce these new ideas that they want to push out into the world. That is kind of how that happens. And so we start cranking out people who think that way. And the reason that that can happen, we talked about the idea of shared values. The reason that that can happen, Kev, you were right. At the founding of the country, everybody wasn't necessarily a Christian, but the prevailing understanding is that is the moral framework that we use.
Yes.
And a lot of people in the West, especially in America, don't really understand that a lot of the concept of rights, et cetera, don't exist without a Christian worldview. It's Christian air that we're breathing. The idea that women are equal to men, that is a Christian idea. That is not. I mean, go back to the Roman Empire before Christianity really took hold there. They had very, very, very different ideas about women. Go take a look at what it's like in an Islamic country, in many Eastern European countries. It is not the same idea. And so there's a misunderstanding that we can have our rights and our freedoms that we enjoy here and that are kind of understood as they're just kind of presuppositions in Western countries.
Yeah, they think they're a given.
Right.
And they're guaranteed, but they're not.
Yeah. Human history shows that they're not. And if you look at the record of human history, it was when Christianity started to become prevalent in an area that people started to be treated better, that women started to be treated better, that
poor.
Right. We had rules about how we were to engage in war. That you start to see slavery get abolished. And so this idea that we can just have any kind of worldview and arrive at the kind of moral conclusions that as Americans we just kind of expect is not real. That doesn't happen without a particular worldview and a particular moral foundation that says that, hey, we're accountable for how we do things and how we reach outcomes. We may want certain outcomes, but we're only allowed to get to them a certain way, and we can't trample our fellow man in order to get there. That is not an accepted idea throughout human history.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. As you were talking, I was thinking about, and I'm not sure how my brain jumped there, but I was thinking about how incredible it is that, like, the access that we have to our government.
Yes.
And that's not something that you see in many other countries. Like the fact that I can, I'm thinking about a trip that we took to Sacramento, and we went into the Capitol, and we were able to sit in the Capitol building where they had the Senate hearings, and they were out of session at that point. But like the amount of access that we have to the government, like I'm thinking of FOIA, right? And how you can access and request access to all kinds of government documents that most countries would never let you have access to. And the fact that we can walk into those public spaces and have an opinion and talk to these people, like, and I know that's veering off of where you were going, Devin.
No.
Nice to meet you, by the way.
Likewise.
But like that has fascinated me. And I think that there is kind of this, I feel like people have forgotten that. They've forgotten that they have this incredible access to their government. And I feel like it's kind of more on the left that they've forgotten that they've become so anti-government. Government is terrible somehow.
Right.
That's
Claire,
just not how I think about it.
but that's what I don't understand. Government is so fascist and horrible, but at the same time, they vote for the government to have more power continuously. Like everything is a government program solution. I don't understand how they hate government and at the same time want government to be the solution to everything at the same time. It just baffles me. I don't understand it.
Okay, so I'm not off on that. That it makes sense to you then, what I'm trying to say, that like just
it makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
I want to read this quote from Douglas Murray. I put it in an article that I wrote last year or 2 years ago. I can't remember when I wrote this. But Douglas Murray is, a British intellectual. He is not a Christian. He used to be an atheist. I think he no longer goes by that. But the point is, he's not a Christian. He's not even American. But he's talking about wokeness and anti-racism. And he said this quote. He said, perhaps most crucially, it also allows them to make war on what were their own origins. The appeal of this should not be underestimated. The instinct to destroy, to burn, and to spit on everything that has produced you is a very deep-seated one. Most remarkably, of all the new religion, the new religion believes not just that it owes nothing to its origins, but that those origins are, in fact, the problem. This is even though traditions of anti-racism, anti-colonialism, and anti-slavery are to be found within the Christian heritage, right? And so, basically what he's saying is that they believe that Christianity itself is the problem. The origins, our foundation is the problem in which they need to tear down. But it is only because of those origins that they exist. And they think that they can exist without the foundation.
Right.
Right. Well, and it's also there's been circumstances recently where, like, we've talked a lot about, it's easier to tear down than it is to build up.
Yes.
And so
it
find
is.
a lot of things where, they're morally opposed to X, whatever it is, and they want it torn down because it's evil or it's racist or whatever term you want to use, right? And so they tear it down, but then there is no thought about how to build back better. I mean,
Yes.
that's a political phrase, but like there's no replacing it. It's just like, oh, this is wrong, I'm going to tear it down. And then we're just going to leave an empty space wherever it was. And sometimes those things have meaning. They talk a lot about the Electoral College. Okay, well, why is it there? Let's talk about that first, and then figure out whether it's worth getting rid of it.
Thank you.
On a smaller level, removing books from curriculums. Let's look at the book.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's read the book. The book is written by a Black woman author. Why are we taking it away? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like, if you're really worried about racism in this country, why are we taking that away? It doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're making too much sense, Claire. You're making too much sense. You got to watch out. You're going to get SWAT team. They're going to come for you. They're going to put you in the gulag now.
Scared me, Devin.
But so we actually got Sam on the line, hailing from New York City. New York City, man. Let's see if we can get...
we are literally coast to coast right now.
Coast to coast, man. Let's get Sam in here. Boom, there he is. With the man, he's got the Electro Voice RE20? Is that man, that's a serious mic he's got. That's a very serious mic. Do we have audio? Oh, no, we ain't hearing him. We can't hear him. Can't hear him.
Hey, the mic looks good though.
It looks amazing. Go in your settings and select Rodecaster Pro as your audio device.
He did.
Man, he sent me a picture of his setup. It's very nice. It's very nice. But yeah, so Sam's are usually our guy up in New York. We tap to understand what the heck is going on up there. You know, they're getting ready to. It looks like they're getting ready to elect a socialist,
a Muslim socialist.
Yeah. Who wants to? I mean, seriously, I think we had a video. I have no idea if we're going to get to that video because we're already at 10:12 here. But it's totally okay if we don't get to that video. But he wants to eliminate private property, and you know, we kept saying it's like, oh, he's a socialist, not a communist. It's like what did his face Martin Luther King said, speaking of democratic socialism versus communism, he said a rose by any other name is just as sweet, and they keep changing the name, but you want to eliminate private property, guess what, you're a commie.
No, democratic socialist, man. Just
you spelled commie wrong.
So, we can hear
you
Sam.
guys hear me
we
now?
Can hear him. We can hear him.
All right, we got rid of the fancy microphone, and we decided to go old school with the built-in. So I appreciate it. So we'll do our best. Next time we'll get it better. But thank you. I appreciate you guys. Congratulations on your 1-year anniversary. You guys are still making it going strong. Yeah, so it's all to you guys. If I had a glass of something, I would actually. It's water, but I tip it to you. So
apple juice and tequila, baby. Very random.
Water.
That's what I had in the house.
Water. It works out. So again, congratulations to you guys. Keep going. It's not easy to be consistent, but that's the name of the game. So again, amazing. Yes, we're broadcasting here live behind enemy lines here on Pirate Radio, in the bunker of all things Republican. So
hold on, time out. Sam, were you in the chat group? Were you in the chat?
I was not, because let me tell you something.
Oh no,
that was not the New York. That was not the New York City Young Republican group. That was the
New York State.
Okay.
Oh
now,
man.
Potato. But I actually don't interact with the state folks because that's just they're up there. I, on the other hand, I have met and interacted with the New York City folks, and we're better than that, but rightly so. They've been disbanded and punished because that's what we do. The folks are in the Conservative Party. That's what we do when we see folks that are out of line. We correct it. We don't. What are you talking about? They don't exist. And Antifa doesn't exist. It's just an idea. They're not a real organization.
Yeah.
Okay, no. We actually acknowledge evil, and we try to our best to address it. Now, if you're an elected official, we may not be able to shut you up, but at the very least, we hopefully not reelect you. Based on
we have a problem with that down here. I'm in the district next to me. MTG, she keeps getting reelected. I don't know why the heck we keep doing that.
That is exactly who I was talking about.
Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. That came from Georgia. She comes from Georgia. It's the people in the district next to me. I don't know what she keeps saying. I don't know what she's putting in the water over there, but they keep voting her back in. I don't know what to do, man.
Yeah,
I don't know what to do.
They say politics is the team sport, and for some people, that's how they treat it. So that's what you get. But hey, listen, I'm glad you all survived the liberal therapy day. What they call No Kings Day, I call it therapy in public. Okay, this is what we're all here to really just get out our anger, scream to the heavens. And I don't know, make us feel good and go back to our homes. Does it change anything? Absolutely not. Does it increase the carbon footprint? Probably. But forget the environment when you have more important things to talk about or scream at. And but when you don't have power, scream, and that's what the Democrats do. When they don't have power, you go to the floor and you filibuster. Does it change anything? No. Does it make noise? Yes. But that's how weak the Democrats are right now. All they can do is literally make noise as they take the L after L after L. So I'm encouraged anytime they scream, because I usually know they're losing. They get the headlines, but they don't get they get the crumbs, but they don't get the bone. So
yeah,
Claire,
it's really a losing strategy.
Claire, you had something?
No. I was just thinking, well, yes. I was just thinking how they just did it. Like, No King's Day was what, 2 months ago? Like, isn't it just a one and done? Why are we doing it again? Like, I don't get it. It didn't have the impact. Is that what we're saying? I don't know.
Therapy isn't a one session thing, Claire. You need it. Yeah, you got to continue to have it.
It's a package. It's a plan.
You got to put in the work.
But there we go again with the logic. Like, the logic is gone.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. And I mean, it's kind of like after January 6th, right? They decided January 6th was going to be their ticket. It was going to be threat to democracy. And so for 4 years, that was the slogan. And now the slogan is no king. And so it's just slogans that don't mean anything, that don't resonate with anybody. It's not policy. It's nothing of substance. It's just slogans and chants to get their own base riled up. Yeah. And that's all it does.
Yeah. It's red meat.
You know?
It's red meat for their base. As I remind them, 4th of July already happened. You got to wait again. If you're going to do if you're going to do No King's Day, at least put a good barbecue next to it. Something. I mean, there's no barbecue. There's no sales at the local retail center. There's none of that. It's not a good day, guys. Okay, 4th of July is much better. I'm sorry.
It is. My God. No fireworks. And I don't know if you saw some of the videos. Man, those people out there are so old. It's a bunch of people who are reliving their hate. I was just saying, they're reliving their heyday from the 60s and 70s. It's Woodstock all over again, right?
I'm so blown away at that. Because I saw the same thing here in Atlanta. Live in Atlanta, so you're going to see some protests, right? I live in Atlanta. You're going to see some protests, okay? Future says barbecue.
Yeah, we'll have that Future.
Never did. Lord have mercy. She's talking about raisins. Oh my gosh. But
Future, that level of racism would not be tolerated in this chat.
It's anti-white racism, okay? The funny thing is that basically every white person that's been on this show has said they have never had potato salad with raisins in it. So I gotta find these white people to eat potato salad with raisins.
I think somebody nailed it. I think a lot of those recipes and things come from the Midwest.
Yeah,
and I
the
think
Midwest
it's more
cook. I'm so
the
sorry.
Midwest has some weird recipes, man. I'm like, man, the depression was hard on y'all.
Yeah,
because y'all
Jello molds and stuff, man. Y'all putting no, Lord of mercy. I see these protests around Atlanta, even out in the because I live in a suburb, right? Like, you still see them. And it is remarkable. I think I've mentioned it before, but it really is. It's all old white folks. And anybody listening to me understand that Kevin and I, we are not race essentialists. So when I'm not one of the people out here complaining that there's too many white people or some board doesn't have enough black people on. There's too many quote unquote old white men. Okay, I'm just observing that these protests, and I was amazed, and I'm driving my car and I'm looking, and I'm trying not to get in a wreck because I'm like, man, all these people, are protesting to get Trump. And I didn't even see. I mean, maybe like we're talking one black person for every 15 old white.
And
folks.
you're in Atlanta, and so that ratio is going to be less everywhere else,
right? Which is crazy. But it hit me. I was like, it's the hippies, man. I just in my mind, the hippies they're always like 20 something and long hair and smell bad, that's
that hair has receded at this point.
It's receded, man. It's receded. And so I realized, like, oh my gosh, this is the hippies. And they still doing the same old thing. They're still doing their thing. Yeah. This is what they do. And I realized, I'm over here, a young, spry 41 years old, and I'm looking at them like, what are y'all doing, man? What? Go eat a sandwich or something. This is not doing anything.
Well, listen,
go to Denny's.
You have to remember, this is how they maintain and build their moral superiority. Okay, you can't protect the top of your moral mountain, okay, without at least a few protests. This is how
baby.
This is how they define themselves. If I truly believe what I believe and I'm going to safeguard our world, whatever, I must do these good deeds. And by doing these good deeds, I know I've done all I could, and therefore I am a moral person because I have done the following. So it's part of their religion. You got to remember. So it's not just free speech. It's freedom of religion that they're doing out there. So you got to keep up. You got to keep that in mind. But the signs always crack me up. The signs always crack me up, which is always hilarious to me. People are like, the power belongs to the people. I'm like, yeah, we had an election in November.
We voted.
And people who had the power voted one way that you didn't. Anyway, it's always funny to me. But you just have to see them as this is part of their reinforcing their belief system. That's it.
Yeah, no, I feel you. So I do have a question. I have a question for both of you, and Claire, I know that we coaxed you into coming on, so we're not trying to hold you hostage. But if you do have time for one more question, I have a question for both of you, because you guys are on opposite sides of the country, but you are in progressive enclaves. What is the sentiment? We'll start with you, Claire. What is the sentiment on the ground where you are about everything that is happening? How do the people kind of in your circle where you live, et cetera, like, what do they think?
What do they think about just
you mean the current state of politics?
Yeah. And some of the moves that the administration has made, et cetera, how do they feel about the state of the country?
I can tell you, I ain't even there.
It's terrible. That's the only phrase you can use. They think that it's terrible, and I don't know that I'm totally on board with this summary of it's terrible, but I think you guys have said many times, like, there are some things that Trump does that you're like, oh, I wish he wouldn't have done it that way, or I wish that wasn't the case. But no, it's there's always an exasperation about whatever the decision is. There's just always something to complain about. Nothing is right. And I like Krista was saying earlier about Prop 50, where they're trying to redistrict as a way to get back at Texas. And it's like, they're all for it. And I don't really understand, because it's a bunch of money that California doesn't have. So why we're doing that, I don't know. And they're in support, right? Because it's against Trump. It's against Texas. It's against everything conservative. So anyway, it I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. So how is life under a fascist dictatorship, Claire? How are you surviving?
I plead the fifth. Come on, Kevin, you can't put me on the spot like that and expect me to answer it. Nah.
Fair enough.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you even talking to us. I know that being seen with us can be a cultural liability.
No. But I do worry about my job.
Hey, we ain't trying to get you in trouble. We ain't trying to get you in trouble now.
So, okay.
But if you do, I got you.
You got me. What was your plan?
Yeah. Operation
Save Cali
what was it?
Girl?
Yeah, Save Cali Girl. That was my whole job was like get her out of California.
All right. Thank you guys. See you later.
All right, Claire.
Thank you for being
coming
here,
on.
Claire. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Bye.
All right. I'm going to unburden myself of this hoodie. It's getting hot.
All good. So Sam, essentially same question for you. What's the sentiment on the ground up there in old New York City?
Oh, I don't know. I try to think. I think people are so burnt out by politics. They have lives to run. True people that truly have the luxury of ranting and railing about it all the time. I mean, if it's your job, then so be it. Otherwise, it's like, hey, we got our lives to live. New York is not kind. Time is money, and we all got to be about that. Every once in a while, if someone wants to slip into it or something like that, again. I mean, I don't bring it up at work overall, but I think people are just burnt out at this point and just kind of like moving on to the best of their ability. I think I even brought it up just vaguely once because Trump was in town for the UN Assembly, which is always chaotic. It's gridlock like crazy in Manhattan because they block off so many blocks around the UN for security reasons. So for like a week, like Manhattan's held hostage with traffic. But it was a funny point where the president of France, Macron, was trying to get to the get to a destination, and Trump was in town. His motorcade took priority. So I don't know if you saw that clip, but just like I just found it hilarious. Like the French president trying to call Trump on his cell. It's like, hey, can I get to the barricade? And Trump was like, no. And I think I just brought that up because we were talking about how bad it was like in the city. I was like, yeah, guys, you see that clip? Just mentioning the word Trump to these people, like the side eyes, and I'm like, guys, this is funny. Like every New Yorker should appreciate the fact that like we have this weird power dynamic going on with New York traffic, and who wins? The president of the United States wins about who gets priority, about who can drive through Manhattan.
Of course.
Because and the president, and Macron had to walk. He got out of his car and walked. And so it was just
wow,
hilarious, right? And all the reporters are there, and you see Macron trying to negotiate with a New York City cop, like, can I please get through, like face to face, like he's asking, like, you know who I am. He's being very polite about it. But the New York cop was like, clearly this New York cop knows who he is, but he's just like, hey, I'm just here to close down this one block of traffic, and I'm sorry, but I can't let you through, Mr. President. It's all on video.
Wow.
It is hilarious. But the fact that I just try to bring that up, like, I think we could all laugh about this, guys. I think we could all laugh. But just mentioning Trump killed that whole conversation piece. And I bring that up because I feel like that should be neutral territory. But apparently, again, it wasn't for the folks that were in front of me. And I think that's just kind of a sign of how far maybe we've gotten, where people are like, just don't bring it up. Don't mention his name. Don't da-da-da-da-da. Like, just mention his name will bring tension in the room, with stuff like that. And I think that's just kind of where it is. People are like, let's just not talk about it. And I mean, it's
crazy because he's a New Yorker.
Right.
He's a New Yorker.
he was the epitome of New York.
Yes.
He was every man's insider that was the outsider, right? Because remember, like, most of high society of New York, like, didn't really accept him. They accepted his kids, more or less. Like, his kids went to the right school, they were part of the right circles. Like, they're like, and granted, Trump was mostly friends with people at entertainment. That was his into kind of the circles. But from a lineage point of view, like, he was still an outsider per se. As in America, all it takes is one generation to change everything, and it's very, very true. Trump's dad was a builder in Queens. He was a millionaire, but he was a Queens guy, right? And Trump came from Queens, but wanted to change that legacy and make it, I'm a Manhattan person, not a Queens person, right? So he was the first generation for status, you could say, in Manhattan for his family. And now his kids or whatever, it's a different conversation. But yeah, so it's funny. New York loved him until he came down those escalators, and then it all changed.
Yeah.
So,
man, that's it's just a whole different world to me. Like it's New York is its own world, man. Like, and I realize that anywhere you are, there are those sort of cultural things. Like, I've started to learn now that, I'm down here in the Atlanta area. There's different pockets, and there's culture, right? There's like, oh, this person is old school, whatever the city is, or old school this or old school that, or their city or their county, and whether or not you're going to be able to run for a certain office, you gotta make sure that you got the pedigree, or you state the pedigree if you want to get in with certain folks. And, so I know it is where, you got that everywhere, but it's very interesting to hear the New York kind of the way that works,
Oh, there's so many layers to New York. I mean, it really is. It's between the politics and everything else. I mean, just politics aside, there's so many boroughs in the culture. It's very layered. It all depends on which mountain you want to kind of climb into be in. There's old school New York, which I love old school New Yorkers because I've learned to understand them pretty much. It's respect is kind of like the currency of the day. Of course, that also money is also respect, But it's kind of that old school mobster thing, which is, you're going to show me some respect, we'll be okay. As long as you're, slide some cash across the table, everything will be fine. If you don't, maybe your contractors won't show up to your building. It's like, oh gosh, my gosh. I didn't know changing contractors was going to disrupt the natural flow of things, but someone was getting a kickback, and I didn't know that, and I stepped on someone's toes. And then you take away, money off someone's table, there's consequences for that.
Wow.
And I've had to learn that a few times, here in New York. So
that's a little bit third world too. It's very close to third world right there. You gotta slide money to the right, in the right direction to get something done, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had to slide money, but sometimes you just have to hire the right person who's sliding money to that person, and that's, to me, that's all I have. Look, I don't ask questions, okay? If this is your guy, he comes through, everything is fine. Why upset the natural order of things? You can learn the hard way, or you can go with the flow. That's old school New York, okay?
Forget about it.
100%. And at the same time,
you might end up in the Hudson. Just saying.
It's funny. I joke with my boss about that. My boss is from UK. Okay, and we had a situation on my current job right now, which may or may not involve something like that. And I looked at him. I said, I wasn't looking for promotion, but if one day I get the call, I'm going to realize I know what happened. Okay, I'm like, hey Sam, by the way, you got to take over. I'm like, oh well, that shouldn't have messed with that one.
I remember this. I remember this one comedian talking about how the cops go and try to talk to somebody. You go talk to the dude, and he just all of a sudden he can't speak English very well. He's like, hey, that happened on the 6th floor. I on the 5th floor. It's not me, baby. It's not me.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. The NYPD used to have a certain, a little, scratch your back situation a little bit, at various degrees. But I think that culture has kind of temped down, but there still kind of exists the old school cops, as in, you show them some respect, and all of a sudden, if there's ever a problem in your building, your neighborhood, whatever, they're there, not a problem. I mean, I'm not saying you're paying them off. I'm just saying it could be a small thing of, they've had to pass a law against this, but not a law, a rule, I guess, for NYPD, not a law, a rule. But they used to be able to buy cops food, like dinner and stuff like that. But then they started to say, well, that's favoritism. You can't do that anymore, or whatever. But when I used to work in the film business, I would always take our police, our NYPD folks, always out to lunch, always out to dinner, cover the tab, no questions asked by the company. And that's the fastest way to make friends and get what you want. You get, because it's a sign of respect. You respect them, so on and so forth. You take care of them. The wait staff, even, I've been to restaurants where all of a sudden, like, hey, your stuff is free, your dessert is free, your coffee's free, just because I'm with NYPD. Like, they get it. I'm like, that's why I know I'm in an old school place. I'm like, oh, they understand the code. They understand the code,
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So I get a lot of that. Actually, I do really appreciate, because in some sense, it's like it's respect that it should be given in many ways, and it is earned. And granted, there's a lot of some stuff that may not be kosher in that, but I think on the basic level of, yes, you're respecting people in authority, the people that stick their necks out for you, that go, that keep the city safe. Even when they had lockdowns here in New York because all the rioting, basically, they literally like lined up and locked down Upper Manhattan, like cops on every block. They locked it down. They didn't want anyone coming up and down. What I did was, I was like, it was the middle of the summertime. I actually went down and had a whole case of water, and literally carried it block to block and gave every cop water, and say, thank you for what you're doing. We appreciate you. This is love, not hate. And that was my counter revolution to what was going on in the city.
That's awesome.
And anytime there was a cop that was lining up to buy lunch, I was like, let me buy your lunch. And they like, wow. And the stunning, and their face was like, oh wow, like the world doesn't hate us. And that's just all about this all 2020 stuff. But like those small acts that we can make a difference on, like they go the distance, they change the attitude of the day. Because these are the people like, hey, they may run into a situation an hour later, but the fact that like, oh, we had an attitude change because not everyone hates us. Like, who knows what that could, actually do when they're interacting with the next person. So and that's my small token of encouragement, basically. Like, how can you change something in a liberal city? Man, just take care of the people that take care of you, right?
Man.
That's what you can do. And it's like, I know the liberals don't do it, but us conservatives, that's what we do. We're the light. I'm supposed to be the light on the hill. And small things like buying lunch or giving people water or whatever, like that's the least I can do.
Man, listen, I got a question for you, okay? That's awesome. I got a question for you. When you running for mayor? That's one of
Well, I can pay off the right people. No, just joking. No.
He's like, it's like, got to put a couple people in the Hudson or pay off a couple people.
Listen, I got to scratch the right back. So, that's what they say. And, to do that. Apparently, anyone can just run for mayor, even though if you never had a job before. Apparently, you can just go for it. Okay.
Hey, man, I mean,
maybe there's hope. Maybe there's hope.
Yeah, well, I think that as long as you have a D next to your name, you got a shot. It doesn't matter if you had a job. Doesn't matter if you even know how economics works. If you have a D next to your name, you got a shot.
Tribalism in a way we never thought possible. So I think that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
But again, it's politics. I don't expect less. So maybe I should switch parties just to mess around. You never really know. But I voted too much Republican in New York, so maybe that probably wouldn't fly very well. But,
they would out you.
They would know.
No,
he's not.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you be in the gulag, man. You be in the gulag. That's yeah. They'd be like, "Oh man, we got us one." You'd come back and have freaking purple hair and.
Just happy I have hair. Just happy I have hair to color. So we gotta take all those things we can.
Man, okay, so we got another northerner we got another northerner on. We got Chopay waiting in the green room here. Let's bring him into the party, man.
Nice.
There he is, Mr. Chopay, hailing from Canada.
First of all, a couple questions. How am I being cropped here? Because I got this.
We see everything. We see it all, but ain't nobody mad.
You're good.
Ain't nobody mad.
This is my office. My office / third bedroom / I'm tired. I got a headache. I'm gonna just take a quick 15-minute nap in the middle of these LinkedIn DMs.
Ain't nobody mad. Ain't nobody mad, man. He's so he's even farther north than Sam, and the politics get even crazier the farther north you go. Man, poor guy. We trying to get this guy out of Canada, man. We got to get him the heck out of there, man.
Funny enough, I had a lawyer, I had an attorney, I had a meeting with an attorney yesterday, an immigration attorney. Once again, just talking through like the best route, and I think I finally settled on the most optimal way to try to make this happen. And I think we're a little closer to it. There's a lot more it's a lot more clear and transparent as to what the path is, and still trust in the Lord to make it happen. But there's definitely a lot of clarity, and I think a higher level of control is not the right word, but autonomy, if that makes sense. So some of the paths I was looking at before kind of depended on me finding other people to support in certain ways, and now those are kind of been removed.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to say there still isn't a fair measure of the Lord's grace that's needed to make certain things fall into place. They are, but it's a lot more based on what I can do and the chips that I could move. So I'm grateful for that.
Man, that's awesome. That's awesome. We can't wait. We can't wait to have you here in the United States. I wonder if we could actually, can we trade like Chopay? Is it like a draft or like a trade situation where we can we take Chopay and like we send a couple people up there,
some of the people from like the No King protest.
Yeah, just like grab. Seriously, he's worth like 10 of them. He's worth 10 of them.
Funny thing, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. But the funny thing is that if that were actually possible, it would actually be a very amicable trade, because they think you guys, they think your country is the depths of Hades, and they think Canada is this utopia, and they are not entirely wrong, but not utopia in the way I would define a utopia. You know what I mean, right? You just gotta hit the ground to realize the reality of what's going on. And so it would be a happy day. I'm like, yes, I'd love to go, and they'd love to come here. So I don't know, man. Maybe I heard somebody may be running for mayor and may have contacts with the right people here. So maybe I heard that out of context.
We can get you a political asylum.
Yeah,
listen.
Don't
worry about it.
I was gonna tell you, man. If we had a different outcome in 2024, I would have just told you to go through the southern border. But don't try it now. Don't do it now.
Not anymore.
No. I love your country way too much to try to like skirt around and do it the other way.
See, that's why. Down at the southern border, we need somebody at CBP just like, hey man, hey, let this one through. All right, this dude legit, let him through.
Yeah, we're working on it, brother. We're working on it. And every time we touch base, I feel like, man, we've been saying this for about 3 years now. But 2022, like 3 years, right? But in the grand scheme of things, 3 years feels like a lot when you look at it on a very tight timeline. But in the grand scheme of things as well, 3 years is not that much. There are a lot of people who spend 14 years, 20 years trying to get to where you guys are at. And so I try to think about it in that way, and I look at where I am now 3 years later compared to where I was back in 2022. And I just see the hand of God. I see the Lord's providence, and I just see how we are that much closer. I still don't have a definite date. We have a goal we're trying to reach for. And I think I've shared that with you, a time frame we'd like to make it happen, but that's not set in stone. But subjectively, when I look at how we are, just like financially, just relationally, and just some of the very providential pieces that the Lord has brought into play that I could not for the life of me manipulate or try to create. It was literally just like here you go, Chopay type of thing. I'm like, it's those kind of things that just increase my faith to continue to trust the Lord, in your time. I can't presume on your will, but just looking at what you seems like you're setting up, all I can do is just continue to believe that in your perfect timing, this will happen, because it really does feel like all roads lead to podium.
Hey,
That's
if
awesome.
if you
That's
need a
awesome.
work if you need a work sponsorship, I may know someone in Atlanta that maybe get you a work visa or something like that.
See the way my bank account
you
work,
know.
we got a checking and a savings, and
Well,
I
respect, slide a little.
I don't know if I can afford the Trump gold visa, man. Daggone, man. the daggone $100,000, man. but if there's other ways, shoot, let's go.
I'm just enamored at the fact that here you are, someone who is diligently working towards and even praying towards coming to the U.S. And yet people who have the blessing of being born here think that they're so oppressed and it's the worst place ever and systemically racist. It's like the level of gaslighting that has happened to people who have been born in this country is amazing.
Yeah.
The fact that they don't realize how good they have it and the opportunities they have in front of them. And they just simply hate it. And it's crazy to see. So I appreciate the kind of the outside perspective.
On one hand, one part of my brain wants to say a fish doesn't know it's wet, and you can take for granted what is normal to you because we all have blind spots, and the closer you are to the thing, the easier it is for you to. One part of my brain wants to say that. And the other part of my brain is like, but there's you guys who live there, were born there, and appreciate it for what it is.
Yeah.
Similar situation. I have one of the guys who I work with for one of my companies. He lives in Portugal, and I've been to Portugal like once, and I loved it. It's just like this country is beautiful, and it's just
I've heard great things.
Great,
yeah,
dude. That cognac was fire, man. That cognac was fire. He brought me some cognac from Portugal. Yeah. Oh my gosh, man, that stuff was great.
Yeah. Beautiful country, beautiful food. And I'm like, man, this place is just like a paradise on earth to a degree. At least I wouldn't want to live there, but at least it's great to visit.
Yeah.
And I'm talking to him. I'm like, dude, like you lived there, you were born there. I'm like, do you realize how beautiful your country? Like, do you appreciate it, or is it just like normal to you because like this is just where you live? And he said, no, I understand. I appreciate it. Like I know where I live is very, very beautiful, and I'm so thankful for that. I was like, no, okay, so it is possible. It is possible for you to have a measure of clarity with regards to the advantages that you have. And so in as much as I want to give these people the benefit of the doubt, I think some of it is just willful naivety, or I mean, it's difficult to rationalize. But the interesting thing is that you give all of these individuals a first-class ticket to go to another country of their choosing, and they won't take it.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Exactly. Exactly.
What did Charlie Kirk said? He's like, man, that's how you know that you're in a great country. That when people say that they hate the country, they still won't leave.
They still won't leave. I saw the same thing with PBD. Like on his Surrounded podcast, he says, pick a country, I'll buy you a first-class ticket, and I'll put $20K in your bank account. And I'll put $20K in your bank account right now. And they wouldn't, because
they still wouldn't do it.
They know.
It's asinine, brother. It's asinine. Like there is no utopia on earth. There is no heaven on earth. That's what the second coming of Christ is for. Every place has its issues and its excesses. I think we know that much. I don't desire to come to the US because I believe it's going to solve every single one of my issues or whatever. Right. But the things I'm optimizing for, I think the US is best positioned for that. And I think it does say something where like it is millions of people from across the world every year die to try to come to this country.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It says something. It says something about what the country is doing. Right. And I think for all of the challenges and all of the abuses of power and all of the excesses that will inevitably exist because we are fallen creatures, we're all sinners and we need Christ. It's still a beautiful place, and it suits me and what I'm trying to do with my family and where I believe we're supposed to go. And I'm like, if that's not your stick, if that's not your cup of tea, then go somewhere else. And I say this to Marjo, like, I'm like, sometimes I wonder if these people who are such adamant critics of the Trump government or the American system, I'm like, do you realize that the very privilege to criticize your country is built on the fact that you are an American citizen. Like, do you understand that? Like, at least have a measure of self-awareness. And I've seen it from maybe one or two people who will criticize it, and then they'll qualify and say, and I acknowledge the fact that my ability to say this is because I'm an American. I have this powerful passport, and I'm not going to get murdered because I'm criticizing my government. That's something, but the majority of people don't have this level of self-reflection to understand that. Listen, you go talk about Saudi Arabia as a as a Saudi, you talk about any of the other countries. Go talk bad about China. As a Chinese, it's not going to work. You get what I'm saying? And so I see these people, and I'm like, you don't even realize that the ability to complain is a privilege in and of itself.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it shows you that you don't have a king. I mean, go try to talk bad about Sam in New York and see what happens to you. You ain't gonna make it.
End up in the Hudson.
Right. That's right. Yeah, all the cops that he bought, he bought water and lunch and dinner. You're screwed. You try to talk junk about Sam in New York, you might as well go ahead and pick out your favorite fish, because them gonna be your buddies. It's gonna be your friend.
You'll get a free trip to Florida. They'll never return. Don't worry about it. That's how it works.
Man,
I'll help you get down there. Don't you worry about it. Okay, I'll help you get down there.
Yeah, well, I think it'll happen sooner than later. I think it'll happen.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah,
that's awesome. That's awesome.
We look forward to celebrating with you. I don't know anyone. Every time I see someone that says, "Hey, I just became a citizen," I'm over the moon, because I know how long it took for them to do it the right way, right? Yeah. To go through the process, the paperwork, the money, whatever the case may be. Like, I don't know anyone in America who doesn't celebrate that. We're like, oh, you became a citizen. We rejoice with you, because at some point, one of us, my ancestors came through Ellis Island to get here. Okay. Yeah. So we all, and I can actually go to Ellis Island and see where part of my family actually signed in, was there. That's just part. The other family came in from the other side, on the West Coast. They came in to be on the West Coast. So just to be able to say that and go, wow, that's part of the great thing about America. We just ask you to do it right. And we understand it is a process, but I think you value it so much more, right?
Absolutely.
When you fought and you do it. And I'm always ecstatic and over the moon every time someone tells me, they finally got their citizenship sworn in. And every time I see something online where people are crying because they got their citizenship or whatever, that is the definition of America. So
it is the golden ticket. It is the golden ticket, and it's more people have been raised out of poverty in the last how many years? Any other civilization. It's the most just and equitable, again, and obviously there's the atrocities, but all things being equal, it's the picture of having a dream, a dollar and a dream, and hustle and faith, and you go, and it's the American dream. It's the American dream, right? And a lot of people have achieved it, I think, because there's something hardwired into the way the country is set up. You know what I'm saying? That it encourages that kind of person.
It is.
That's right.
I've heard there's a certain Americanism that we in America take for granted, of just a mindset, and it's almost like that. What you call it? The pioneer spirit.
Yeah.
And I've heard people who aren't Americans see it and kind of point it out in the way they describe it, how Americans are different. The way certain situations unfold, and the American mindset is completely different than usually the European mindset. It would be like someone from Europe talking about the American mindset. And even from a military perspective, completely different, It's just, there's just this get it done no matter what mentality, the obstacles don't matter. The hurdles I got to go through doesn't matter. What matters is I got to get it done. And
and I think that's why. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
And I think that's why America appeals to a certain kind of person. I think it's to a certain kind of person who is industrious, driven, hardwired to build, whether that's a career or a business of some sort. You relish the opportunity to prove yourself, right? And the country rewards you for it. But individuals whom and this isn't everybody on that side, but individuals who have a sense of entitlement or belief in their innate deservedness of certain things in life tend to not like America, because America says, no, you don't deserve anything shy of bodily safety, if that makes sense, right? So if you look at the thing in the Constitution, right, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and they're endowed with their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among which are
life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
The pursuit of happiness. So life, your physical health, liberty, your freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. That's your hustle and your effort. You have to now go pursue. And so I think the country is hardwired that way, right? It's built into its very DNA, and so it attracts that kind of person. And builders build things, and so when you have a country that invites builders, you end up with a country like America.
Yes. And we want builders. That's the thing. We want people like you. Come on in, because when you build something, we understand, from a capitalist perspective, when you build something, other people are going to benefit from what you build, not just you. Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You're going to create jobs. You're going to create a product that either is useful, because if you're successful, that means you created something that was useful to people, right? Whether it's art that people enjoy or whether it's something that improves people's lives, right? And so, no, we want you to come in and build, because building is what makes everyone better. It makes society better.
There's a pioneer spirit, which is like a default to action, a bias towards speed, right? Whereas and I can tell that Canada has this like a passivity, a love for security, and you and I both know, like I'm sure everybody here knows, that maybe there was a once upon a time in our lives where we were more risk averse or clinging to a safety net, and it felt like death to jump out. And now that we've jumped out, you're like, boy, what was I afraid about? Like, this is where it's at. Like, you begin to realize that on the other side of risk, things are rarely ever as bad as you think they'll be, but they are often much better than you think they'll be, right?
I will say,
imagine a whole country, a general cultural consciousness that is more risk averse, right? That's many countries, whereas the American mindset is like, risk be damned, we're going to figure this out, so let's go after it, right? And so that's deeply embedded in that pioneer spirit that Americans, I don't even think they realize they have, but it's one of the things that makes it what it is.
I think part of it is just there's opportunity here that doesn't exist in other countries. So, and this is staying this, it's like, okay, we all know that, Sam, but we didn't really think about it. If those people that are successful here that immigrated to America stayed in their country, they probably would not have been successful. They had every capability personally, the drive, the intelligence to probably make it happen. But the fact that all they needed was a free economy, opportunities to learn more, whatever the case may be, to actually find more talent, to find capital to raise, to do it. That's all here. And so when you think about it, America literally probably takes the best 10% of developing nations, the people that immigrate here, they come here and they become successful in many ways. And I think the whole. Go ahead.
No, sir. My fault. Go ahead.
No. I'm saying that's what we keeps the American engine, I think, in the economy moving in many ways, and in innovation, and the spirit of America moving. Because it's like if you can't be successful, but you can if you just make it here, you can do it. Guess what? There's literally a home for you, and the sky's the limit. You can do it. If you come to rags to riches in one generation, because it's all on you. That is America to its core, and every country has that possibility.
They don't, but I think that comes back to the pioneer spirit and mentality, because many countries, and I'm in one of them, we have so many resources, brother. Like a mind-boggling amount of resources that if given the opportunity to access, if our free market was actually activated and our government stepped out of the way, this country could boom in ways it never has. So why haven't those mechanisms of economic development been unlocked? because of the mentality of the people leading the country, right? So when you say America has opportunities that other countries don't have, I agree with you. What I would dig further into that, I say, is the reason for those opportunities comes down to the mentality of the people running the country. Because if you're talking about the ability to develop tech or natural resources or or industry or any or agriculture, almost any sector you can find, there are other countries in the world that have similar natural resources and similarly talented people, but they can't thrive in those spaces because the people that control those spaces don't have the same pioneer spirit, or they have an alternate spirit. That's why the opportunity exists in America, because the pioneer spirit says, come, we will build. We believe in the rights of the individual, and we believe generally like government should exist to protect the people, but not to control the people. And we should let people build, do what, you know what I'm saying? And so I agree with you, but I think it comes down to that mentality and that pioneer spirit that many countries do not have.
Yeah. I
You
think
get what
that's
I'm saying?
accurate. I think it's accurate. There's
I can get into the politics of Canada right now and tell you that we're sitting on literally trillions of dollars of resources that our government has said, no, we're not going to exploit.
Alberta, they trying to leave, man. Alberta.
I was just about to bring up Alberta. Their tax base literally like basically, the tax base there bails you guys out.
April, I'm moving to Alberta.
You moving to Alberta?
Yeah.
Let's go. Basically, Alberta trying to be America, baby. They're trying to be the 51st state.
Listen,
we'll take them.
Listen. The country would love. It's the weirdest thing, brother. It's like an abusive relationship. It's like the rest of the country will malign Alberta and denigrate them and talk about how they're the spurn of Canada, and yet they refuse to. But yet they'll keep taking the checks.
Of course they will. Of course they will keep taking them checks. When Carney said that they would not recognize any referendum that Alberta has to secede and to join the United States, it's just kind of like, well, I mean, they got all the oil, so I don't.
So what are you gonna do?
And also, if we decide we want to accept it, what are you gonna do?
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm at. It's like, listen, hey, she says she with me. She says she with me. Let the lady go where she want to go. I wouldn't want there to be a problem. It seems like maybe there's a problem,
Nobody wants that, but like Alberta is in such a critical piece to Canada's economic future that if Alberta were to somehow secede from Canada,
it would all collapse. It would all collapse because you don't have the tax-based revenue to replace what they bring in.
Exactly. And so they're trying to find a way to continue to keep Alberta under their thumb, but Alberta is just fed up of it. They're just fed up with it. They're fed up with years of being abused and exploited and not being appreciated for it. And so they're pushing hard. I know Danielle Smith, she doesn't want it to come to that because she is a Canadian and she loves the country. She's loyal to Albertans, but she loves the country. And I think she understands the impact that would have on the country. And so that would be like the absolute last resort. So she's trying to find ways to further the interests of the province, knowing that that will actually further the interests of the nation. And in the event that she's steamrolled and they just say no, then time will tell what she'll do. But what I can say is that she and Alberta and the rest of Albertans, they are done with waiting for the government and believing and hoping for that they'll turn around. They just know they're just not going to. These people, they've used long enough, and I think they're ready for like decisive action. They're just hoping that they can find it within the context of a Canadian body still.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you that much, like historically, Quebec had been the only province that had threatened a referendum. So Quebec has kind of always been the thorn in Canada's side. They're the one province, the French-speaking province, that have always wanted to cede for a long time, but practically they haven't been able to, nor will they ever be able to, because they're just not as economically stable as a province as anywhere else. Do you understand that for the first time in Canadian history, as soon as Carney came into office, we had not just one, but we had 3 provinces that were flirting with the idea of seceding. You had Quebec, of course.
Wow.
the Alberta referendum became more popular, and they do it for a period of time. Saskatchewan also started talking about it.
Wow.
So like
that's crazy.
The country is, as a Canadian, I'm shocked he was voted back into office, but that's besides the point. But
Yeah,
the
I'm like,
country
how
is
the heck?
more-
How?
That was the
How did
topic of our
Poilievre
previous
lose?
conversation.
How did
I
Poilievre
won't
lose?
rehash it again, but
It's
the country
the Trump effect.
is more divided than it's ever been. The country is more divided than it's ever been because the country. Unfortunately, this is not my conjecture. Okay, so the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Office, this is the financial institution of the country. They released a diary report like a week ago. They said Canada has about 18 months left to reverse course. In the absence of that, we're facing real economic collapse as a country. Our deficits are through the
that's
roof.
crazy.
Listen, people are going to think I'm being salacious and I'm making this up. It's all public record. It's all public record. The PBO has issued a dire warning, says you guys should be very, very concerned. Like, this is a 5-alarm fire, guys. Like, this is a 5-alarm fire. We need to reverse course.
See, man,
18 months.
Listen to this guy. Listen to this. So this, I want y'all to understand that this is how. So this is the kind of conversation that Chopin and I were having when he visited our church. They were testing out the waters to see what it would be like to live in the United States. They came to ATL. They started visiting our church. We met. The first day we met, we started talking politics and I mean the dude just the knowledge, and I'm just like, listen, just give me one of Chopin for 10 No Kings protesters. 10 of them. 10 of them.
You're too kind, brother. You're too kind.
10 of them.
You're too kind.
I'm just surprised that he came to the States and came to Atlanta and he still want to come back. That's what I'm shocked.
Oh, that's a hate. Nah, listen. He came to ATL. He saw how great ATL was. I still tell people, there's a story I tell people. Because Chopin came down.
Hold up. Did you take him to the underground?
No, I ain't taking him to the underground. I ain't taking him to the underground. I don't know.
You gotta take me to the underground.
I know you don't want to go.
No, I mean,
it used to be a place to go. You don't want to go there now.
Yeah, we'll go down there with the strap.
That's the true test.
You have to go down there with the strap.
That's the true test. If you're like, I ain't that bad, it's fine. I'm like, okay, you can come to Atlanta. All right.
So Chopin comes, he's just, he's doing his thing. Dude goes, and I'm trying to remember, dude, was this when you came back and stayed with us, or was this while you were living here? You went to Ponce and you set up a table and you were selling merch for your clothing line. You set up a table. He just decided he was going to go to Ponce City Market. And
don't say that too loud, man. I ain't trying to have an ice.
You have a license. Was there a permit involved there? Was there a permit?
My bad. So my guy went to some.
He was selling. Place. It was okay. He was selling Girl Scout cookies. It was.
That's okay. Right. Girl Scout cookies. Nobody hates on that. Nobody hates on that.
No, but it's basically like it's a land of opportunity, right? It's a hustler's place. So the previous brand that I had, I'm like, listen, I work for my laptop all day anyways. So I'm gonna just go sit in Ponce and I'm gonna just put like my nice little, like one of my pieces just on display, and maybe people gonna copy it or at least ask questions about it. So yeah, it was while I was there for about 5 months, kind of testing the waters. I said, I'm gonna hit the streets. I'm gonna put myself out there and see what I can shake. And incidentally, that led to a wonderful conversation with somebody that I ended up connecting with that was actually very influential as well. So yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah. And
brother,
and you wound up selling something, right?
I moved a few units.
Yeah,
I moved a few units.
And so he tells me, so we wind up talking, and he tells me, he's like, Devin, he's like, dude, y'all, so many of y'all don't understand what y'all have here. You don't understand what you have. He's like, this level of opportunity just it doesn't exist where I'm coming from, and I
because you know about that business,
yeah. I tell people that story because I'm just like, okay, here comes a dude who's from Nigeria. Okay? Like, I mean, like dude is dark skinned, coming into America. Everybody talk about America so racist, America so terrible. Like, dude comes here, he sees opportunity, seizes opportunity while and he wasn't even here permanently. He was here for 5 months, and he was like, I mean, imagine if Chopay was able to be here for a year. He'd be the mayor of Atlanta already. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Devin, let me tell you something. Brother. Let me tell you something. Like, one of the things I said, because I've been in Toronto for a long time, and I've been like hustling my butt off, right? Whether it was with the music before or some other business, I was hustling, and I'm like, I achieved some success, but like nothing massive. And I was looking at the States, and I asked myself a question. I said, what would happen if I just applied the same level of hustle and consistency, just in a different context? Just in a different context. Like, brother, like, there's a reason I love my country. I love Canada. I'm thankful for what it's done. But there's a reason any major Canadian act has gone to the States, whether it's whether it's in acting or music or sports. There's a reason they don't live here. Yeah. Name a Canadian: Shania Twain, Celine Dion, Drake, Justin Bieber, The Weeknd, Jim Carrey. Who else do you like? They're all Canadians who moved to the U.S. because that's where the opportunity is, right? And so it's something that
I never knew they were Canadians, bro. They one of us. I never knew they were Canadian.
I didn't know Jim Carrey was a Canadian. Man,
he's
you just out
brother.
of dude.
Ryan Reynolds.
These are all,
yep. I did know Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, I did know. Yep.
He's a little weird, so it makes sense. He's a little weird, but he's a hustler. Right? I mean, the dude is a straight up businessman.
He's a hustler. Don't believe all of those like left-sounding Canadians who don't live in Canada but are enjoying the benefits. Don't believe them when they say like, "Yeah, we don't believe in capitalism." Boy, shut up. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're a capitalist, dude. You love America. Anyways, so I said to myself, like, what? I just feel as though, like, for this next season of my life, like, if I took the same level of hustle that I've been applying for the last 10 years and I put it in different contexts, I just think things will be different. And so I set a mission for myself. I said, I'm going here for the next 5-6 months, and I'm just going to hit the ground. I'm going to go to events. I'm going to set up shop in public. I'm going to just make phone calls and just see what happens. Brother, I'm telling you, in those 5 months, I have developed relationships that have, and you being one of them, one of the key ones, Devin. So I want to give you your flowers, that have literally created more opportunity and revenue for me within the last 3 years than I made in the 10 years prior of only operating in Canada. And I'm just like, that's the power of position. That's the power, like, where you are actually matters. I said in those 5-6 months, I'm going to make as many relationships as possible. My business partner for this company that I'm starting now,
which is
this second brand that I'm starting, right? I connected with him in Atlanta. And he's not no small fry. It was during those 5 months.
Yeah. Look, this is how I tell people about Atlanta, about America, because I found the same thing to be true in real estate. People want to see other people be successful, right? If they notice talent, hard work in you, they want to see you be successful. Yeah. It's not a lot of gatekeeping. It's like, no, come on in. Yeah, I will. I'll put the capital up. Like, people, if you want to be successful in America and you have talent and you have drive and heart and good character, people will come alongside you, like, for real. And that's what people don't understand, why they're complaining.
In my experience, one of the things y'all Americans respect is motion. Y'all respect motion.
Yes.
Like, if you just like, and I know that because if you're just out there waiting to be put on, saying, "Bro, put me on," like, yo, this. People are they're not gonna like pay attention to you because everybody's focused on like what they're trying to build. But if you got motion and they see you hustling, however little the win is, however small it may appear to be, like, yo, that brother, that's just she got motion, she got ambition. She's about that action, and that is what they respect. And as soon as they see you starting to make your own moves, then they're like, "Hey, homie, what's up?" Like, corporate settings were like, "Hey, John. Hey, Sally. Let's come to my office." Like, depending on what strata of society you're in, Americans love and respect motion. The individual who's self-driven, trying to build something. And I think that's what you're speaking to when you said they want to see you succeed. They just want to see that you're like you believe in your idea and your vision enough. You're not just trying to mooch off them, but you're literally trying to build yourself and build them together. You know what I'm saying? That's really what Americans are.
I would take that and even elevate it and say Americans love winners.
Yes.
Yes. And true, part of, I think the spirit of true America is not hating on winners. You win. You're great at what you do. I want to be great at what I do. Why would I hate you for being great? Like, there's room enough at the top for all of us to literally be great if you want to, whatever vertical that you're in, right? There's a lot of verticals to be great in, you know? Yeah. So I think that's partially what, I think if you go to, for example, Australia, and I've heard this a few times, there's the, I think it's called the tall poppy syndrome, where you can't be, it's about being, if you stick out, that's a bad thing. Like, don't get too far, don't get too far ahead. And so they want to pull you down because, oh, you're too far ahead. No, you got to be with everyone else and be even with everyone else. Yeah. But that cuts down innovation, that cuts down leadership, and so on and so forth. But they talk about that all the time over there. And I think that's so not even close to American ideals, you know, at all. It's like, no, we want to see you succeed. I think that's why, in my opinion, we're the greatest, one of the greatest sports nations in the world, because we're like, we love winners.
So, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think, you know, and obviously, you know, Sam, New York being the sort of like the hustler capital of the world. Like, you know, people go to New York to hustle to try to make it big, you know. And that spirit is very alive and well there. And kind of to your point, you know, in other countries, and Chopin, you made this point as well, in other countries there can tend to be this attitude of like, kind of passive. There can be the tall poppy syndrome, like you said, of not wanting to like stand up too much because other people are gonna, you know, try to
feel
kind of attack you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's two things I wanted to bring up. There was this European entrepreneur, you know, I saw him talk about what it's like. You know, he came to the States and he made a video. He came to the States and he's got a startup in Europe, and he got to come to an event, and he was just kind of commenting on the things that he noticed about entrepreneurial culture in the U.S. And just culture in general. And he was basically saying, like, in Europe, there's almost like an anti-hype machine that is just laser focused on killing anybody who is trying to do anything and claim that they have any kind of breakthrough, claim that they have anything that is new and unprecedented, that there's this anti-hype machine. He's like, whereas in America, it can be a pro-hype machine to a fault, where we'll say we got something and we ain't got nothing, right? Like, in Europe, it's this anti-hype machine that's just like, oh, you want to be an entrepreneur? You're a greedy capitalist. Bam. Like, you know, you think you got something innovative? Bam. Like they want to shut you down because to them that's icky. It's this whole idea that you want to build something and you know, to build wealth, right? Like, is an icky idea to them. Capitalism is spurned in a lot of European countries, and so. And not even just capitalism, but the idea of trying to do something extraordinary gets spurned. And there's another one that I wanted to bring up is an African woman named Magate Wade. She talks a lot about what is necessary for flourishing in Africa. She talks about why do so many really talented Africans leave and go to other parts of the world, especially the U.S., is because the governmental systems there, they make it incredibly difficult to do business there. They make it incredibly discouraging, incredibly difficult, and so people don't want to build business there, and they go somewhere else. And she's constantly, you know, admonishing African governments to make their environments more business friendly. And so, you know, and that's the problem that they have in Canada. It's a problem they have in Europe. I mean, the level of regulations that you have to adhere to in a European country to start a startup is just nuts.
Do you know, two things come to mind. One of them is, do you know there's a section of the Canadian population for whom the following sentence is a pejorative? You're so American.
Oh, that's not hard for me to believe. That's not hard.
That's a
remember,
pejorative.
I lived in another country, so and they didn't have a high view of Americans. I've been an outcast in 2 countries. Okay.
And often what they mean by that is you're too bold, you're too brash, you're too aggressive. And being brash can be uncouth, but often that is a cover up for like you're too daring, you're too unconventional, you're too out of the norm, you're too willing to take risks, you're too not like the rest of us. And so that's very much a thing.
Man,
you understand
that hive mentality is crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Do you understand that even like as recently as when Trudeau was in government, and now the Liberal government is trying to change it a little bit, albeit I think it's still failing. They could not define what the Canadian identity is other than to say we are not American.
Dang.
Like you don't define yourself.
Sounds like No Kings protest. That sounds like No Kings protest.
Sounds like an American Democrat to me. You know,
I'm being very serious. It's like you don't define yourself by what you're not. You define yourself by what you are. But I mean, Trudeau said we are a post-national state, whatever that means. He said that. He said that. This was so.
He's a globalist.
He's a globalist. He's absolutely a globalist.
Through and through.
Sounds crazy. What?
Through and through.
So basically, we're a post-national state. So what? Man, yeah.
So the idea of us having a defined identity that is Canadian or like a core identity was a thing in his mind. That was a thing of the past, because he's a globalist where he believes certain elites should control how the rest of the world lives. So that's one.
World Economic Forum. He's there, one of their brainchilds.
Yeah. The second thing is also, do you know that in the 7 months Carney has been in office, $63 billion has fled Canada and gone into the U.S.? $63 billion of capital investment.
That's crazy.
You know, like there's a Canadian energy company, get this, that is investing in pipelines in the U.S., not in Canada. Because Canada has what we call the Nasty Nine laws. And I forget their exact bills. C69, the tanker ban, the emissions cap,
it's the environmentalism stuff.
The environmental, like there are 5 bills that have really served to kill the building of pipelines. Do you know that during Trudeau's time in office, Japan and other European countries said, "Hey, Canada, we would love your energy. We want your LNG. We need it." Trudeau said, "I can't make a business case for it. Make it make sense." So you know where they went? They went to dirty Russia.
Yeah.
Ooh, man. See?
So to your point, like right now, even the auto sector, like, we can see like Trump is being intentional about the auto sector, but beyond that, whether it's Stellantis or GM or Diageo, the parent company that owns Crown Royal, many companies are fleeing to the United States because the United States is making it more conducive for them to do business there. Meanwhile, it is gaslighting. It's absolute gaslighting when you watch the liberals in the House try to spin this and say like this or that, and they'll never answer the questions directly. Yet day after day, we see company after company moving the operations to the U.S. Not simply because of the tariffs. The tariffs are a part of this, and that's the boogeyman that the liberals like to spin, say Trump is our enemy. But the problem is bigger than that. Before our problems predated Trump. The problem is we haven't stimulated economic growth. We have a litany of policies that have literally driven companies out of the country, right? There were about 6 pipeline proposals that were all killed by the previous liberal government. They were all killed. And so companies literally lost billions of dollars. And so now you already know, like investors and business, they want certainty. And so no one is trying to invest in Canada because they know that in order for me to maybe get this, I'm going to have to jump through all of these hoops, invest billions of dollars, which will probably end up being declined anyways. You get what I'm saying? And so companies don't want to invest in Canada. And day after day after, we hear one company after another who are moving production to the US because you guys are saying beyond just the tariffs, we'll make it easier for you. So it's absolutely comical to see Canadian companies investing in the US and moving their production to the US because Canada refuses. And Canada's answer, which this may take the conversation to another direction. I don't know. But Canada's answer to that is, let's not make it easier for companies. Let's not make it easier for the free market. Let's build a bigger government and let the government take over these things that the private sector
nationalizes. Oh, that's a horrible idea.
It's a terrible idea. Housing? What are we going to do? We're going to build houses. Pipelines? We're going to purchase a pipeline.
Bro, we got to get you out.
We got to get you out. That's exactly what I was saying. We got to get him the heck out of there, man. We got.
But at the same time, everything you just said is why we voted for Trump.
That's right.
It's not that it's not that people want the government to raise the minimum wage and all. No, we want the government to create an environment where business can be done and it's attractive for people to come here and operate. Because if businesses come here and operate, I can get a job, right? I can take care of my family, right? That is what we want. You know, we want investment, and so Trump that's why we wanted Trump to be president, to open it back up and stop shutting things down. You know, all stupid environmental laws, get us out of these stupid accords, climate, the Paris Accords, and all of that stupid stuff that's holding us back. Get us out of that. And let's create an environment where business can operate.
Canada's global emissions. Sorry to cut you. Sorry, go ahead, brother. I'm talking too much. Go ahead.
No. It's all good. It's all good. I would say it's interesting watching whatever happens with the time with Trudeau. But anytime there's a global world summit, Canada is always socially left out in the cold. Why? I don't know if you've seen that with conversations and talks and huddles, whatever. Canada's they're just out there, like they can't break into a conversation. Why? Because no one wants anything that Canada is willing to actually offer. It's like, I can't do a trade deal with you. I can't do business with you. Like, what do you have that I actually want? I want to go across the aisle. I got to talk to China. I got to talk to India. I got to talk to the US. I got to talk to Great Britain. I got to talk to Germany. These are the countries I need things from. I need to do business with.
What is landlocking us? It's but it's the nasty 9 laws. It's the emissions cap. It's the no new pipelines. It's the tanker ban. It's brother, and those are all rooted in climate ideology, not science.
It is.
Do you know?
And it's the thing. I'm gonna add another layer to it because those things are only used and enforced on the West, right? They're saying it's about climate, but at the end of the day, it's about ruining the West and at the same time pushing all of that economic development to other countries. It is a what's the word I'm looking for? It's almost like a wealth redistribution to a degree. Right. And that's what they're doing. Because I remember when Obama was president, it was one of the things was he was capping the oil that we could drill off the coast of the U.S. Right. And he was claiming all these environmental things, but at the same time he was helping South American countries drill more. And it's like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense if it's about the environment. They're not pushing environmental caps on China and India and all these other countries. The only people who are holding themselves to this lunatic ideology is the West. And it's because we hate ourselves and we're trying to destroy ourselves.
Which has been shown to be ineffective, both towards the end of decreasing emissions and economically. Like, it's the most far out there.
Because they're literally trying to punish themselves. There is religion. We're bad. I'm bad. I must punish myself. It's the West punishing ourselves and at the same time trying to uplift others, right?
Yeah.
And it's just wealth redistribution. It's wokeness on a global scale instead of just within the country. And these people are nuts.
I think to a degree it's globalism. I think it's climate ideology. I also believe there's a lot of corruption in there as well. Because it doesn't make sense. Carney is still looking to implement policies that he already implemented in UK that had adverse consequences. Like make it make sense. Like we already know, like G-Fans is crumbling. Like you had BlackRock as well as a lot of some of the major organizations. They pulled out of it and they're abandoning their ESG targets because they know that number one, this didn't actually decrease emissions. Number two, it's too expensive, right? And so it doesn't stimulate economic growth. And so what we're seeing, it's very hard to understand because I believe Sam said, like, no one is looking to Canada right now saying, like, we don't want what you're offering. I would add a caveat. I would say nobody's looking to Canada because of the impediments that are in the way right now. Canada has a lot of what the world needs. We're sitting on 1 trillion cubic tons of natural gas. Like we're literally sitting on over $1 trillion of oil
and won't tap into it.
Won't, brother. And Canada contributes to, I think, 1.2% of global emissions. 1.2%, brother. 1.2%. That's nothing. Meanwhile, China is out here building coal plants, dirty coal plants, every single day. Like every week, new ones are coming up.
Yeah, they don't care.
Poilievre made such a beautiful argument. He said, you guys are saying like you don't want to exploit our natural resources, even though it would be an economic boom for Canada because you're trying to be climate activists. He says, if we actually unleashed our natural resources, okay, even if our emissions increased, and he didn't use this language exactly, we would get the rest of the world off dependence off of dirty Chinese and Russian oil. And in so doing, we would actually drop global emissions. Because the biggest contributors to global emissions right now are China and Russia, because they're firing up dirty coal plants every single week. And the world is beholden to them. They literally came to Canada and said, we desperately want that. They said no. Yeah. So if you really wanted to drop, keep in mind that Canada, our emissions are negligible on the global scale. It's like 1.2%, brother. Wait, 1.2%. So if we actually supplied the rest of the world, we would actually drop global emissions while also raising the economic future of the country. But they refuse. They refuse. So yes, at this point, Canada is finding it very difficult to strike deals with anybody because of these laws and policies that have landlocked us. Like Canada, we don't have an auto manufacturing industry. We don't. Up until now, the only reason we've had an auto manufacturing sector was not because we have a big enough market to supply it, but because we have access to the biggest market in the world, the United States. True. That's the only reason we've had an auto sector all these last decades. The second we lose access to that, the economics of manufacturing a car in Canada cease to make sense. And that's where we are now, where Trump is incentivizing all the auto manufacturers. And with the tariffs, it doesn't make any sense. So Canada's greatest resource, undisputedly, and even the liberals will admit this, are our natural resources. We have nothing greater to, and it just so happens that energy powers everything. Energy powers agriculture. Energy powers construction. It powers housing. It powers the auto. It powers every sector of society. So we happen to have one of the single most important things that the entire world needs, and yet they refuse to tap it.
Man, that is.
I think the root of that is really control. The people in charge are globalists. Mm-hmm. Carney is a much more efficient version of Trudeau. In fact, Carney was the neck. Trudeau was the puppet mouth. He was the puppet king, as Kevin O'Leary would put it. Mm-hmm. Carney was the one behind the scenes. Carney actually has the the relationships and the ability to execute on a lot of the things that Trudeau was just a talking piece for.
Wow.
Yeah. And so when he said they're post-nationalists, what he's saying is that they're not making decisions with the mindset of what's best for Canada.
Canada, no.
Right? That what they're doing is looking at the global scale and making these decisions based on
Based on
the global
what they think is best for the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man.
And some people think because think about it like this. If Canada puts their gas on the market, you tap into your natural resources, who does it hurt? It hurts our enemies. It hurts the enemies of the West. It hurts China and Russia. Right?
Yeah.
Their economies would be in trouble. And so it's almost like Canada has made a deal with them to say we won't do it. You know? And I guess as an American, I'm like, Canada, do it.
China has a lot of business with China.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Oh yeah, he has. Listen, Carney is up to the nose in conflicts of interest, brother. I can't even fully wrap my head around all of them. Devin, I'm gonna like send you a YouTube channel to like peruse on your own time. But Carney's conflicts of interest between China and even the United States are like, it's this expansive web of, oh my gosh, this guy through his relationship with Brookfield Asset Management, which is one of the biggest asset management companies in the world. He's invested in China. He's raised money from the Chinese central bank. he's been hosted by Xi Jinping, not just as, oh, we're dignitaries having conversations, but no, like this is Carney as the chairman of Brookfield. Like he is so corrupt, brother.
Yeah,
man. He's like, so when I look at some of his moves and I'm like, logically, I kind of understand it. All I have to do is look at his investment profile. I don't know that he cares much about Canada or cares a lot for Canada. I think his primary interest is the globalist agenda and his personal interest. He's 98% invested in the US. His personal investments are 98% indexed in the US.
Ain't that ironic?
It is.
Also ironic. He's a big climate activist guy, right? And he's big on carbon capture and environmentalism. It just so happens that he's also heavily invested in a lot of these carbon capture companies.
Man. Yeah. I mean, he just invests in what his passion is. That's all.
What a coincidence.
I know. I mean, it's not coincidental that we're going to make. It's not coincidental that he's saying we're gonna make green oil, and what he means by green oil is like, yes, we may pump some oil in the pipelines, but then we're gonna do some carbon capture of that. That's how you make it green, right? But it's also not coincidental that he's invested in like the biggest companies that do carbon capture. So
hey, listen.
Yeah.
He's putting his money where his mouth is, or is it the other way around? I don't know.
Put his money where his pockets are. Put his money where his pockets are. Man.
He's backing up his principles. Okay,
man.
Yeah, it's
y'all.
wild, guys.
So it is almost midnight here. It's almost midnight. So I want to. I think we're gonna ride out with these horses. I want to know, Sam, what's your final thought?
Final thought for the 1 year anniversary, or final thought where we currently stand, or just
I will say say final thought for I like that. Final thought for the 1 year anniversary. What do you want to see? What do you think is important for Informed Takes to do over the next year?
Keep staying informed. I think one of the biggest takeaways will be, if knowledge is power, and if we're to be informed, then we must continue to be knowledgeable, and therefore be able to make right decisions and to inform other people. So it's all common sense, but we have to keep on educating, keep on learning. Don't take the news for granted. Dig deep, go down the verticals, the rabbit holes. Stay with the conspiracy theorists, but understand what is really going on with the world, how things tick. Talk to more people, be informed, check what they say against the facts, get 5 opinions, form your own opinion, and more importantly, listen to Informed Takes.
Man, I love that. Man, thank you, man. Thank you, and thank you for being on the show, man. Really appreciate you coming back. Man, so let's go to Chopay, man. Final thoughts,
brother. Congratulations on a year, man. Congratulations. I think you're doing God's work, literally, not just as a figure of speech. I appreciate you. We became fast friends. I've said it, and I'll sing your praises until the day the Lord calls me home. I think you're cut from a special cloth, right? And so I would say continue to do what you're doing, continue to stand for truth. Continue to I think this is amazing. Thank you for having me as a friend. Thank you for valuing my perspective. I guess to the general audience, in the words of the great Denzel, he says, if you don't watch news, you're uninformed. If you watch news, you're misinformed. So watch the news and watch widely, right? And so number one, I'll say don't take for granted what you have access to. And number two, just live for the purpose of truth, like not just your own ideology, not just your own agenda, but let truth be the thing that you're after, because truth will challenge you. And when it challenges you, if your desire is to find the truth, not just affirm what you already believe, then I think you're in good, you're in good standing, if that makes sense. Like you will do the necessary work to arrive at that, even if that challenges your presuppositions. And I just so happen to think that a lot of times that it will align with a Christian worldview, which is often to the right of the political spectrum. Not saying the right is inherently Christian, but the right.
But if you're Christian, you're going to land on the right. I mean,
that's right.
If you're Christian, you're probably going to land on the right.
That's right.
You'll land in the right direction. Okay.
I see what you did there. And I agree with you, man.
Let truth be your anchor, not ideology, not personal agenda. Let truth be your anchor, and stay informed.
Man. Oh man, my dude, he been watching the show. He knows the phrase. Man, both of you guys, man, thank you guys so much for hanging with us. And obviously you guys are friends of the show. We'll definitely have you back, and hopefully at some point we'll all be able to do this show in the studio together. That'll be an awesome day.
Yes,
that'd be an awesome day.
I'll see you on election night.
Oh man, that'd be amazing. Oh my goodness, that would be amazing. Man, guys, thank you so much. Y'all have a good one, man.
Yeah, appreciate y'all.
So, all right, man. 1 year, baby. Good. 1 year show. We went 3 hours and 45 minutes. We strong.
It's fitting that on the anniversary we do the longest show we've done
in a while
outside of the election cast, right?
Yeah,
that's gonna be the record. We're not doing 6 hours anytime.
Yeah. Dang, that was a good show. That was a good show, man. I actually think that we still went longer. Our tribute episode to Charlie Kirk, that one ran 4 hours.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, it's close enough.
Yep.
We don't have to try to beat it tonight. We don't.
No, we don't. We could try to come in. We could try to come in just under that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But this show is, I would say, tonight's show is kind of indicative of kind of what I appreciate about it. The people we bring in, the conversations we have, our regular listeners, the ability to have informed conversations, I would say, in a way that most people just aren't able to. And I wish our reach was further. I wish more people knew about this and had access and was checking it out to be more informed, and maybe they wouldn't be duped into going out into fake protests for fake causes, that are going to achieve nothing. But it is what it is. But just the conversations we had tonight is just indicative of kind of what I appreciate about this show. And Yeah, it was good, man. It was good.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, man. I appreciate.
I'm still upset.
You.
You didn't buy me anything nice. You didn't take me out to eat. You know.
Well, you were supposed to come to ATL, but you went and you were tailgating and gallivanting at college football games.
Did.
And what you wound up drinking? You wound up drinking something or eating something you weren't supposed to.
I did.
Have some
no,
corn
it's
in
just it was just the environmental, man. This is ragweed season, and ragweed season is tough because it's not like pollen season because you can see pollen.
Yeah.
Right. Ragweed, it's just invisible in the air, and then next thing you know, I can't breathe and stuff. And so, I tried to, I tried to tailgate last weekend, and man, I paid for it. I paid for it, and so, but it was worth it. It was fun. Because it was Auburn, Georgia week. That's a huge week. It was so many people. Tailgating was fun. It's just. Living in a university town, with major college football and sports, and it's a good time. Yeah. And so I partook last weekend, and man, I just paid for it all week. Matter of fact, the day I texted you and told you I wasn't coming, I took off work that day. I wouldn't even. Yeah, I was at home.
Dang, man, that's rough, man. That's rough.
Yeah, but it is what it is, man.
You good now though?
Feeling better.
You okay?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still dealing because went to the girls had a birthday party, and the birthday party was, of course, outside. So I was outside for like 3 or 4 hours last night. So yeah, had a little asthma attack last night, but it is what it is, man. This is my life.
I feel you, man. I feel you. I have asthma as well. It was a major problem when I was younger. Once I became an adult, it wasn't as much of an issue. So I haven't had to have an inhaler for a long time, but there are certain things that as I have crossed over the 40 mark, I have realized that can cause me to need one, which is dangerous because back then, at least I had them. Now I don't have them. So
I'm the opposite. I grew up perfectly fine and developed this in adulthood. So here we go.
Man.
But man, all right, what's your final thoughts? Because we gotta get out of here.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, man. I think that my big takeaway from all of this, from being around for a year, my big takeaway is that we need to spend more time. We need to spend more time getting people to hear these arguments. One of the things that I realized is that rhetoric works for a reason. And I'm not saying that we should just use rhetoric, but when you have people say things over and over and over and over, it has an effect. And what I realize is that there is usefulness to being out here in the public square and saying these things on a regular basis, because people become familiar with the ideas, they're able to engage with them. And that's why I think this show is useful and that it's doing good work, is because it is worth it to be out here. It is worth it to say some of these things and to say them multiple times, because people have to hear it multiple times in order to even entertain engaging with the ideas. And so that's my final thought, is if you're out there and you've generally been quiet, don't be quiet, because the more that we talk about this stuff, the more it has an opportunity to actually take hold, and for people to really engage with the idea instead of the version of the idea that they heard from somebody who is an opponent of it. So that's my final thoughts, man.
Yeah, man, that's good. That's good. Well, man, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, a year ago saying yes to doing this. And yeah, man, it's been good. Let's look forward to another year and another year after that. And You never know, man. It only takes one little moment, man, for this thing to catch fire, and next thing you know, we're on a much larger platform, getting this word out to people, which is what I hope to see happen. Just because there's so much misinformation out there, so much and it doesn't take much to just sit down and have honest conversations like about Israel, and that's not a complicated thing to talk about, right? But the people out there make it complicated because they lie. They just lie, and they lie because I don't know. I get frustrated on X. I go at people that have much larger platforms than I do because I just get sick of the lying. But me and Anna Kasparian we're gonna get to fight one day.
Nah, y'all gonna be good friends, man. Y'all gonna be good friends. That's what's gonna happen. Is one
day
I
like her, but on certain things, man, I just
she I think that you can't go cold turkey. You can't go cold turkey off the wokeness, man. You got you gotta ease off of it. And I think she's easing off, man. She's weaning.
But then she get hooked back on it. She was weaning off of it, and then Israel happened, and she got hooked back on it. She started talking about genocide.
Hey, every now and again, somebody who's trying to get off that stuff, they have relapse. They have a relapse, but the trajectory is still the right trajectory.
All right.
So she may have had a relapse. We just gonna keep praying for her. Here's what I hope, man. Here's what I hope. One day, we can have Anna Kasparian on our show, and y'all could get.
And then we can go on the Young Turks.
Oh man! Oh my gosh! Oh, can you imagine being on Young Turks with Cenk Uygur? Oh my gosh, man! That dude, we could have a conversation with Anna. Anna is reasonable. She can have a discussion, but Cenk, man, oh man, that dude's just he's something else. He's on some other stuff. Man. So hey, two things. Definitely want to say thank you to both of our families for letting us do this. Claire had a great point.
Yes.
A big thanks to our families for letting us do this every week. We are definitely taking time away from time we could be spending with our families, and very thankful. And thank you to Future for being the best moderator on YouTube. We appreciate you. Everybody give it up for Future.
Woo. And thanks to Claire for being our first guest from the chat, like our first listener guest. Straight up. That was awesome.
Yes. And seriously, y'all, that's one of the things that we want to do from now on. We do want to be able to bring callers in, to have people come in. So seriously, we're gonna post that email address up, and be ready. Be ready if you're in the chat. Be ready to come in sometimes and give your thoughts. We're trying to turn this into real life broadcast, man. They take callers, we take callers. Let's do it.
For real. All right, man. Let's close this out. 1 year anniversary show. We appreciate y'all. We love y'all. Check out Devin at Podium Studios. If for all your podcasting and marketing needs, like the show, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Keep joining in each week as we talk about all things geopolitical and political from all around the globe. But most importantly, stay informed.
Stay informed, folks.